To tell you about myself, for example, like us, I am conducting research before 5 years. I have done my MPhil from University of Lahore in 2013, and after 2013, I joined a private institute where I was also appointed as a coordinator in research cell, and I started my research under the supervision of Dr. Umar Farooq. He is the assistant professor in Catch Business School. The Catch Business School is very renowned school in Europe and ranked in top business schools in Europe. So during my research, I have published some articles in impact factor journals, and I have also presented my research in top academic conferences. For example, Academy of Management annual meeting. My paper is accepted in Academy of Management annual meeting from 2014 to till now 2016. Recently, I have presented my research paper in Academy of Management annual meeting, which was held in USA, Anaheim, on 12th August. So here, now we are going to start. First of all, I'm going to tell you about this. This is the research is a platform. In this platform, everybody is not proficient. You can say that here it is a learning curve, and we all are here to learn many research techniques, many research methods, and with the passage of time, we are just becoming proficient in our working. But it's not possible. We can be perfect. So might be possible during this workshop. There will be many concepts. I will not be aware of these concepts, and it might be possible. There will be many things. You will be the perfect. You will be the proficient in that particular concept. So it is the platform where we will just you can say that disseminate our knowledge with one another, and we will learn the things from one another. So it is not the one-way process. Like as here, I am just delivering and the information to you. Here, I'm just delivering the methods, just delivering the particular knowledge to you, and you are just here to. You can say that you are just here to learn the things from me. So it's not. All the participants will include who is working here in this session. We will learn from one another. So in many concepts, I will say to you, please give your expert opinion. So it's possible your opinion will be very valuable for me as well as for the many other participants. The presentation that I prepared here, this presentation is not just my property. I will share you this presentation, and I prepared this presentation from the different authors, professors, and from the different materials which is also available online. And I also prepared these presentations with the help of different techniques which are available in Google Scholar and in many research articles. We're talking about the quantitative research. Quantitative research comes in the positivism paradigm. In positivism paradigm, we identify, we explore the reality with the help of prevailing concepts in knowledge. So the main characteristics of the quantitative research is this: we measure the different concepts, and these concepts are called the variables. So in this research, we are outcome oriented, like as how the phenomena are prevailing, how the different concepts, how the different variables are influencing to the other concepts and the other variables. And the control is also very important. Whenever we are declaring something, that the something cause to you can say that something caused to generate some effects on other variables, on other outcomes. We have to control some other factors. For example, we explain here the CSR, corporate social responsibility, which is the phenomena in which the organizations perform some activities. They do some charity for the society. They perform some activities for the for the betterment of environment. They do something beyond their legal obligation for the employees, for the consumers, and we want to here examine how the CSR, the corporate social responsibility, affect the employees' citizenship behavior. So what is citizenship behavior? The citizenship behavior is basically the extra role behavior of employees. So now you are to control many other factors which are affecting the employee citizenship behavior. So the control is very important. And the precise measurement of variables. The precise measurement of variable is also important. For example, if you are going to measure the variable satisfaction, how you are going to measure this satisfaction? The satisfaction is a very subjective phenomena, and is that measurement is valid for your research, and as it is, before testing our model, before testing our hypothesis, we are to make sure our measurement model is very exact and the measuring the same concepts which we are delivering here. And after testing our model, after testing our hypothesis, we are to generalize our findings to other fields. There might be possible there are some errors in our research, so we are to also control those particular errors. Now I'm going to talk about the SPSS. But before talking about SPSS, firstly, I would like I would like to get introduction of all the participants which are here. Firstly, in this introductory session, I will ask the different participants to introduce themselves and tell me about their research topic and what they are expecting from this workshop, and it might be possible I will try my best to fulfill your expectations and to deliver something that will be more than to your expectations. But it might be possible I will not be able to deliver some things which are not in my knowledge, because as a human being, every person can't be a perfect person. Can't be perfect in knowledge, because the knowledge is coming from the different sources, and it is not possible for every human to cover all the aspects of knowledge. So I would like to say Afshin Ikhtiyar, please introduce yourself. Walaikum Assalam.
My name is Arshad. I am doing MPhil in HRM from the University of Veterinary and Animal Sciences, Lahore, and my research topic is on transformational leadership and knowledge sharing behavior.
Thank you, Aisha. Now, please, Aisha, please.
I'm Aisha Khalil. I'm basically doing my PhD from Islamic University. My basic field is teacher education, and I'm going to merge e-learning with teacher training programs. And the topic of my PhD research is developing an e-portal for the training of university teacher educators in Pakistan. So that is basically a software development work. But before developing the software, obviously there are a lot of steps which lead me towards software development, that is basically LMS development. So first of all, what I have done or what I'm doing is obviously the equation analysis. Then I am going to develop a conceptual framework for online training or e-training programs, and then e-modules, and then conducting a training. So why I have participated in this course, basically, obviously I'm doing the research and I'm just going towards data analysis. So I'm not proficient in data analysis. Basically, just I can do just basic level of data analysis actually. Then I want to clarify my concept about like what is research, like from research paradigm to research techniques. I want to clear everything. Then basically AMOS is very much interesting point for me because structured equation modeling, I have learned about it. I have tried myself to learn about AMOS and how I can use AMOS in my work as well. Because in my proposal, I had proposed that I will use AMOS for modeling in my research, and I'm not sure that how AMOS will be fit in my work. So there are a lot of motives to join this workshop. So I hope I will get all the answers which are disturbing me regarding my research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aisha. Please, nice to see you. Definitely, I'm here just to tell you about how the different paradigms we used in our research and how these paradigms, for example, if we talk about the positivism paradigm and the social constructivisms, how we conduct the research in the different paradigms, and how you can say that the research is different in different paradigms. Why we use when we will move toward the social constructivism, and when we will move toward the positivism, we will talk also about it. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Faiz Muhammad.
I was studying the link for this, so I thought I should join it because I already paid for it. Otherwise, I was thinking that I'm not going to join it. I thought I cannot.
So, Faiz Muhammad, are you
Assalamu
here?
alaikum, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. I've just joined.
Faiz Muhammad, what's your research topic?
Sir, I'm working on the performance of the universities in terms of market orientation and innovation.
Please introduce yourself, where you are working, and what's your designation, and what you expect from this workshop.
Sir, I'm Faiz Muhammad Paja, working at Sakraigi since a couple of years, and I'm teacher there. And I just told you about my topic, and I'm quite new in analysis. That's why I will join you. So I'm expecting to learn some initial SPSS and AMOS.
Okay, thank you, Faiz Muhammad. Now, Friha Zahoor, please.
I'm Dr. Javeria. I'm teaching community medicine and research at Zaya Medical College to our fourth year students. In fact, from first year till fourth year, but fourth year students are the main group which we are teaching. I want to improve my research technique, data analysis, and I haven't done AMOS before, so I want to know all about AMOS and haven't used now. So I would like to get acquainted with AMOS and all the techniques are about SPSS.
Thank you, Javeria. Nice to see you. Now, Mehreen Qureshi, please.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm hearing you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Okay. I'm Mehreen Qureshi. I'm currently an MPhil student at IBA Punjab University,
And my thesis for research is on social media marketing. And the reason for joining this workshop is I want to learn structural equation modeling from AMOS. I am quite familiar with SPSS, but AMOS is totally new for me. And I actually want to learn structural equation modeling. I am familiar with regression, data analysis through regression, but I want to learn structural SM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm an MPhil student at IBA Punjab University, Lahore. And I'm, sorry?
Okay, thank you, Mehreen. Actually, I think I'm again getting introduction to yourself. Now, I would like to invite Muhammad Khalid. Walaikum Salam.
Sir, I'm Mohammad Khalid from Nangana, sir. I'm doing MS Computer Science from Agriculture University, Faisalabad. And to enhance my data analysis capability, that is why I joined this workshop. Actually, I completed my thesis on data mining. Yes.
All right, thank you, Khalid. Now I would like to invite Muhammad Abu Bakr.
Yes, I'm Muhammad Abu Bakr. I'm a PhD scholar at the University of Management and Technology. My majors is basically in finance, and the purpose of joining this workshop is a refresher on SPSS and to learn the new techniques of SEM.
Okay. Muhammad Kashif Iqbal, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum Salam.
Sir, I'm already working as software developer in the field of data mining and business intelligence. And I'm already doing different projects related to predictive modeling and anomaly detections and forecasting. But I'm interested in AMOS for this workshop.
Muhammad Mustafa Kamar, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Mustafa Kamar, working as a system professor at Sargodha Medical College. I am a PhD scholar and working on sports injuries. I want to learn some basic knowledge about sampling size, data analysis, and management, and how to present in a good way. I'm also editorial member of International Physical Therapy and Research and have more than 20 research papers, but I want to improve my skills.
Thank you, Mustafa Kamar Saab. Unfortunately, I am very junior from you because I have not published the 20 research papers in different journals. I have just some proficiency in data analysis, and I will try my best that here a very knowledgeable persons are here to learning something, and I will try my best to fulfill and to come up with more than their expectations. Thank you.
I am Naima. I am working at National School of Public Policy, Lahore as librarian. I am doing my MPhil from High University. I have completed my coursework. The topic of my thesis is Ethics in Library and Information Science in Punjab, Issues and Challenges. I have chose to attend this workshop because I wanted to learn about SPSS and AMOS to increase my understanding level of these softwares. Thank you.
Thank you, Naima. Numan Aslam, please.
I'm Nayab Nasir, and I'm doing my PhD from Imperial University. I'm also a lecturer there. My topic of research for PhD, I haven't decided it yet, but for my MPhil, the topic was social media marketing and its efficacy in creating brand resonance among the millennial generation of Pakistan. The main problem I have with research is that I have written a lot of articles, but I always get stuck at the analysis part, mainly with structured equation modeling. But as I told you, in my MPhil research, I mean, up till the creating of framework, I was well aware of how I'm going to create framework and the model. But when I had to actually test it, I was unable to do so. So that's why I'm more focused on AMOS. And there was another lady, Miss Mehreen Qureshi. You're doing, I guess, research on the same area. I've done quite some work on it, so if you need any help, you may contact me. Thank you.
Okay, Nayab Nasir, would you like to say about the overarching framework that you are very well aware about the research frameworks? If you are aware about the overarching framework,
I'm not aware of that.
Overarching.
No, I'm not aware.
Actually, whenever we are talking about the theoretical framework, we all should know about in research the contribution comes up with the overarching framework. Whenever we are going to develop some models, before developing our model, firstly we need a theory. For example, there are the multiple theories like as the sociology theories are prevailing here, the psychology theories are prevailing here, and we identify some theory from other disciplines and then contextualize and apply that particular theory in our management sciences. So our model come up with a theory. You can say that whenever we are selecting some variables, we can't select every variable that we are liking here. For example, we can't say this variable, like as I am interested in the employee trust, so I applied here the employee trust as a variable in this framework. So it's not here. We come up with a theory, and theory suggests us the variable. And with the help of theory, when we develop our model, whenever we develop our model with the single theory, this model is called the overarching framework. Thank you, Nayab. Now, Nazia,
Are you listening to me?
yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nazia, and it's my first workshop, online workshop. And I'm interested to learn about how to feed the data in SPSS while using questionnaire, because I'm conducting a primary basis analysis. So it's very new for me because it's a very detailed contents for your workshop. That's why I'm here to attend this workshop.
Thank you, Nazia. Now, Rabia Mushtaq, please. Walaikum salam.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Saima Muzaffar. I'm Saima Muzaffar from Bihari, lecturer in chemistry. And the reason for joining this workshop, I want to know how we can use this SPSS in pure data analysis, in pure sciences. How we can apply this, because in MPhil, I use this SPSS analysis for the for analysis of my results of analysis of in pure sciences, but I don't know about how it works, how we can use in other applications.
Okay,
so I want to basic knowledge about this, and for the data export and for the data handling, for using graphs and tables.
Right here, Shaila Siddiqui, please.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I'm Shaila Siddiqui from Jawahar University. I am a senior lecturer there, and I'm here to follow the courses of mathematics and statistics in chemistry. I want to learn about SPSS and AMOS because I have to explain it to MPhil students, and I am expected to explain the use of SPSS in research papers and for research topics. And I am not used to in explaining this. And this is a new topic, especially the AMOS. So I want to understand it, that what is the software and how to use it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shaila. Now, Sidra Tariq, please. Tamkeen's name, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm Tamkeen Salim, lecturer, Department of Psychology, International Islamic University. I've been teaching research methods to BS, MSc, and MPhil level, and I have knowledge regarding SPSS. But I would like to know that if for the SPSS, MANOVA and MANCOVA would be taught or not, and the reason for joining basically this workshop is to have knowledge regarding AMOS.
All right. Tamkeen, nice to see you. We will discuss about the different analysis, but in SPSS in this workshop, unfortunately, I did not include the MANOVA and MANCOVA. Basically, these techniques come up with the experimental design, and in this research, in our today workshop and tomorrow workshop, we'll talk about the initial and basics of SPSS. Then we will move toward the exploratory factor analysis, and after that we will talk about the different comparison tests, for example t-test and ANOVA. But and after that we will talk about the regression analysis and the correlations, and then we will talk about the different complex models, for example the mediational model, the moderation model, moderated mediational model. And after in tomorrow's session we will talk about the AMOS, the MANOVA and the MANCOVA. This technique is normally used for the experimental design, and I'm also working on some experimental designs. You may contact on my email to learn about the MANOVA and MANCOVA. So thank you. Now I would like to invite Uzma Shahzadi.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Uzma Shahzadi. I am doing PhD and a PhD scholar in Department of Education, Bahauddin Zakariya University, Multan. Assistant professor in Department of Education, University of Sargodha, working as. Okay, for my PhD work, I have just completed a phase 1 of my study. My study is relevant to innovative teaching practices in teacher education or for teacher educators as well as for student educators. To learn SPSS and AMOS especially, I joined this workshop.
Thank you, Uzma.
Thank you.
Now, I think some other persons joined here. If anybody want to ask, and when anybody want to introduce him or herself, so please raise hand. Okay, now we are moving toward the introduction to SPSS. Dear participants, in SPSS we will start from the basics. For example, how to open an SPSS software. And after that, we will move toward the data entry, how we generate the variables, how there are the different type of views, and then we will step by step move toward the complex working. Why we use the SPSS and MS? Firstly, whenever we talk about the SPSS, we use SPSS because there are very great large data sets here, and it is impossible for us to analyze the data without this application, because this application provides us the capability to perform analysis on the thousands of responses, and there are the different complex data. For example, we are going to analyze a multivariate analysis, and as it is, there are the different graphing techniques are available in SPSS, and then we export the data in different tables and graphs with the usage of SPSS. We analyze, we can identify the relationship between the variables, we can identify the comparisons, we can compare the variables, we can compare the different things. Therefore we use the SPSS. Data types. Whenever we talk about the data types, there are the different type of data For example, the objective data. Whenever we talk about the objective data can be measured with the numbers. For example, our salary, age, height, inflation, and the different type of the numerical data and the objective data. Whenever we talk about the subjective data, there are the different type of the subjective data. So for example, there are the different subjective measures. For example, our loyalty, trust, commitment, job satisfaction. Whenever we talk about the objective data can be easily entered in the SPSS. We can measure the objective data very easily. But whenever we talk about the subjective data, it is very tough to measure the subjective data. Would you like anybody can explain how we can quantify the subjective data? Please raise your hand. Anybody know about how we quantify the subjective data? For example, how you can examine the loyalty of your employees? Yes, Nayab?
By operationalizing the construct and changing it into measurable elements.
Further explain, please. Anybody can explain further? Yes, Uzma Shahzadi.
Yeah, subjective data is basically measured in terms of scales. We have to develop scales for the measurement of subjective data. For example, there may be a Likert scale, and it covers qualitative data to numerical data. Thanks.
Thank you, Uzma, for providing us very beneficial information. Whenever we talk about the subjective data, firstly, we come up with the definition of a variable. For example, if we are talking about the trust, there are the different type of trust. For example, the one trust is this. For example, my friend will never harm me in any way. This is my trust. On the other hand, the other trust is this. Other trust can be on my supervisor and can be on my teacher. That, for example, my teacher has a very proficient knowledge about a particular subject. For example, physics, chemistry, bio, and even, for example, business administration, management, and marketing. So, firstly, we are to identify. We are to know about it. What is the appropriate definition of our construct that we are using in our particular research? You are to come up with the definitions, multiple definitions of your variables. Then you are to identify its particular scale. The scale can be on Likert scale, and normally we use the Likert scale to quantify our subjective data. The Likert scale is basically the psychometric response scale primarily used in questionnaire analysis. This method was introduced by Dr. Francis Likert, who described how you can quantify your data on the different Likert scales. And this Likert scale can be from 1 to 5, from 1 to 7, from 1 to 9, and from 1 to 10, and so on. Now, I'm moving toward the SPSS view. Before SPSS view, firstly, I would like how we will open the SPSS. To open your SPSS, you will go to your start menu, and here you can type here SPSS. You will find here the IBM SPSS statistics. You will click on this IBM SPSS. You can see here you will click on the new data set. Then you will click on OK. Here the SPSS file is opened here. Now you can see here, this is the new SPSS file. At first line, you will see here that is the menu bar in which the file, edit, view, data, transform, analyze, and the direct marketing graphs are presented here. The second line is basically the toolbar. And as it is, when we talk about the data, the interface of SPSS, there are two views. The one is the data view and the other is the variable view. Firstly, I will open here a questionnaire. How to enter a questionnaire in our SPSS data. For example, you can see here, I have one questionnaire. So this is a questionnaire. This is a field questionnaire. In first response, the one person is male, and in second, for example, in age, that respondent is the age of 15 to 20 years, and then its current educational program, semester and field of education, and then the family-owned business. And after that, this questionnaire is presented here. Then the other main study questions starts. So how we will enter our questionnaire in our SPSS. This is the new file. You will come up with a variable view. So I will variable view. At first line, you will write here the serial number, SR number. The serial number is not presented here in your questionnaire, but whenever you are entering your questionnaire, you are to put up a serial number. For example, you can put here the serial number, for example, 1. For example, this is the first questionnaire that we are going to enter. Questionnaire number 1. You will write here the 1. We are going to enter the serial number. Serial number, you will write here the name of serial number like as serial and then the number sign. But during the name of variable, you are to make sure you will never give a space in your variable name. And as it is in next variable, we will write here the age, and then we will write here the education. And as it is, you should remember, we will work this on variable view, not in data view. In data view, you will see here the variable name are presenting here in the columns, but in variable view, you will see here the name are presented here in the rows. So next, we will move toward the semester, for example, semester, and then field of education. And as it is, this question is about the entrepreneurship, new business creation, and we are asking about the respondents about their family-owned business. The error comes here. Anybody can tell why this error are coming here? Please.
Yes, because we have provided a space in the name of variable.
Exactly. I talked about it. Whenever you are going to enter the name of variable, you will never give a space. So here you will write here own business in this way. Now we will talk about the variable types. There are the different types of variables. Here you can see here there are the different type of variable types. So for example, numeric, comma, dot, data, dollar, string, and there are the different type of variables. For example, in serial number, we will put here the numerical numbers. In age, we also classified the age into numbers. But for example, in gender, I forgot to place here the variable gender. to place a variable in existing rows, you will right click here, then insert variable. You will write here the new name. For example, this is the gender. Okay. Now in gender, I would like to write here the male and female. And here I will place a string. String is basically the text. Whenever you are going to enter your data in text form, you will select here the string, and then you will identify here the characters. For example, in your characters there might be the 50 words. You will click on this. Now you can see here this is a string and age. How will place here the age? It will be in numerical form. It will be in string form. It will be in which form? Anybody can say? Yes, Nazia.
Hello, can you repeat the process how we can insert a variable if we want to add a new variable in the sequence? Kindly repeat the process.
I'm repeating here. If you are going to add your variable, for example, here I'm going to add the education semester field, for example, marital status. Put here the name, and then the all things will be presented here automatically. You can say here the type, weight, decimal, values, label, everything is given here without any specific working. You will just write here, for example, another variable can be the marital status, the salary. You will see here. Now, my question is, I'm going to ask again, how we will, what type of data in age variable?
This will be numeric.
Okay, thank you, Rabia. This will be also in numeric, but whenever we talk about the education, anybody can tell me what will be this variable? What type of this will be variable? Please, Nazia.
Education, I don't know.
What can be the education? For example, it can be the matriculation. It can be the year. And whenever we are going to enter this education, how many methods we can enter this education? For example, we will write here the numbers. For example, if a person is in have a matriculation, then we will write 10, and then we can move toward the 11, 12, and 13. Is it right? And on the other hand, we can also enter the education in string form. For example, the graduation, the masters, and for example, BS engineering, BCom, and there might be the different educational levels. In this form, you will click on this, and you will click on string, and then you will write here the character. For example, we will write here the characters 50. By the way, what means the character 50? Rukhsana Khan, please. Much noise. Please, Saima Muzaffar, please.
Sir, in semester we use numeric.
Yeah.
We will enter data in numbers for the semester.
For the semester, but I am talking about string. I write here the character 50. What means by this character 50? What mean by the character 50? Aisha, please.
Yes, it means that when you are entering the text, you cannot exceed like 50 characters. The limit for entering the text is 50 characters.
One, and on in gender, we write here the string, selected string. So we will write here, for example, male, and as it is in age, we will write here the numerics. In age, you will write here, for example, 23 years. In education, you write here the string and 50 characters you will given here. In education, I write here, for example, the one person have qualified the graduation, he will use as 14, and you can write here also the graduation. Okay, it's up to you how you will explain the education variable. And then as it is in semesters, you will write here the numeric and the other things. All right. Then we will talk about the width is basically the number of characters you are explaining your variable. For example, whenever we talk about the gender and whenever we talk about the education, this 50 is the character number that we explained here in this form. For example, you can see here this is the same as 50 as given is in width form. And as it is, whenever we talk about the decimal numbers, the decimal is basically the decimal point up in your data. For example, you can see here, here's the 23.00. They are the two decimal numbers. For example, in salary, we will write here that 20,000. You can see here the two decimal numbers. And then we will move toward the values. In gender, in age, you can, and in education, you can also develop your different clusters. For example, you can write here the values. You can quantify your variables by given a value. For example, you can write here the 1 and label this for example, you can write here the intermediate. And then graduation and 3 masters. You will write here, and here you are giving the values to your different level of education. You will write here okay, but now you will move toward the education. I'm writing here the 1, and here at this time you will change your variable as numeric. Education 1 and semester, for example, here the first semester. Field of education, the field of education can be also in string form. For example, this can be in you will see here in field. For example, we write here the medical and own business. For example, yes or no, but you can in own business. You can also quantify this own business by yes or no by labeling this. 1 is yes and the 2 is no. Add, and as it is you will move toward OK. Then you will move toward the own business. You will write here the 1, and in marital status you can also quantify this variable by giving the values. For example, 1 is single. You will write here add. 2 is for married. You will write here and then OK, and you can write here, for example, in marital status you will write here the 1, And as it is, whenever we're talking about this questionnaire, you can say the next questions are going to start with the 1 to 5 Likert scale. And you will write here in variable view, you will give here the question 1, question 2, question 3, Q4. And in this, you will assign here, for example, at this level, the strongly agree to strongly disagree. One is for strongly agree, and 2 is for agree, and as it is 3 is for neutral, and 4 is for disagree, and 5 is for strongly disagree. Okay, and then you will write here this. Okay. So now, anybody have any question about it? Aisha Khalil, please.
No, sir, I'm clear.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any query about entry of data? Abu Bakr, please.
Yes, I just want to ask, when you talk about string variable, with the number of characters being 50, we can only write or one type as 50 or all of it, meaning male and female?
No. It's up to you. It's up to you. For example, if you're going to write the name of company, you will exceed it to 100, and you can exceed it to even than 200. It's up to you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Rabia Mushtaq. Rabia, your voice is very low. I think there is some issue with Rabia mic. I move towards the Tamkeen. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Tamkeen. Any question?
Yes, I have the question that you have not touched the columns that are missing and measures.
Oh, I'm moving toward that. I'm moving toward that. Just I am talking about. And now, Uzma Shahzadi, please.
Yes, sir. I want to ask that when we are going to put or we are going to convert string data, or we can say that qualitative data into quantitative one, is it needed that it is how you turn that in data view? Is it needed to enter data in data view, or is it okay to define it in variable view and it will be viewed in data view?
Actually, we will define the variables in our variable view, and then we will move toward the data view where we can enter the data. The data will be entered in data view, but the variables will be defined in the variable view. All right?
For example, if male is defined as 1 in variable view, so in data view, we have to see it from questionnaire that here is a male who is responding the questionnaire and write down 1 there in data view.
Yeah. You will write down the 1, but you will define the male for 1 in your variable view in class.
Okay. So that at the time of analysis, it can retrieve the information from variable view.
Yeah. For example, you can see here, you will define here the male and female in gender. 1 is for male you will write here, and 2 is for female, you will write here. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you will enter the 1, and in gender you will write here the 1, and as it is in second questionnaire you will write here the 2. And now you will click on this. You can see here we entered the 1 and 2, but here the labels are showing here the male and female. You will then click on this, and then you will see here the numerical numbers are given here. All right. So I think it's okay. Now we are moving toward the missing values. Whenever we are going to enter our data, there can be some missing values, and these missing values can be, for example, you can, for example, the one person did not respond to his gender, and it might be possible the one person did not respond about his age. So in this way, whenever you're going to enter your data in SPSS, you will go to the data view. In data view, you will see here, for example, the one person missing his age. I will never write anything. In education, you are going to 1 and 1, and for example, engineering, and in own business 1, and marital status 2, and salary, for example, 30,000. And in question 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, and 1. So here the age is missing. So now you have to declare, if you will miss this variable, there will be a dot. But whenever you are going to perform the data analysis, the data analysis will not be performed on this data because there are some missing values in this data set. So in variable view, you will define here the missing. For example, you will define here the missing is, missing can be a number, discrete missing number. You can write here, for example, 9. Okay, you define here the 9, and whenever you will find any missing value, you will write there the 9. For example, in this we defined here in gender, we left here the age. For example, in age, you will define here the missing value as 9, and wherever you will find the missing value, you will place there 9. Okay, this 9 will be treated as missing value. All right, and in the same way, you will move toward the data aligning. It is the left align or right align. And whenever we talk about the measures, there are the different type of measures. Whenever we talk about the gender can be the categorical variable. It can be the nominal. What is the nominal variable? Anybody would like to say? Anybody would like to say about the nominal variable? Yes, Roxana, huh?
A nominal variable does not have any magnitude, any order, like color of the eye. For instance, it can be black, brown. You cannot place it in any order. It does not have any magnitude. If you want to give it a value 1 or 2, if you place black as 1 and brown as 2, or if you place black as 2 and 1 as brown, so it doesn't make any difference.
Okay, Ruxana. Actually, the nominal variable is a variable. You can say that there is not any value which is superior than other value. There is not any discrimination among the values. For example, whenever we talk about the gender, the male and female, and as it is whenever we are going to talk about the marital status, married and single, and there are some others, and as it is the color, you can classify whenever you have the variable which is which have the different categories. You will define here the nominal variable, and the other type of variable is scale. Scale is basically you will use the scale whenever you're going to enter the data in numerical form, in number form. You will define here the scale. And whenever we talk about the age, here you defined the age can be also the scale. And as it is, whenever we talk about the education level, you defined here the education level. For example, the intermediate, graduation, and the master's. You will define here the education as the ordinal, because here you can say that the intermediate is a lower rank and the graduation is the higher rank, and as it is, the master's is the highest rank of your education. So here you will define here, anybody would like to say the field will come up with which type of variable? Field. Yes, Aisha?
Sir, actually in the questionnaire, field was, what was the field? Like what were the values to be put for the field?
The educational field, for example, engineering, medical, business studies, and there might be the different fields.
Okay, I think that would be the nominal.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
But why it will be the nominal?
But when we talk about, because the these options have the equal chance to be selected.
All right. Thank you, Aisha. So here you will define here all the variables, my years, for example, in own business. Whenever we will talk about the variables, for example, which are presented on the Likert scale, you will also classify them as a scale. You can also copy these values. For example, you can select these 3 values and you will write copy these values, and then you can paste these values here. For example, here you can see here I selected here and I pasted these variables here. Yes, Faz Mohammed, do you have any query?
Sir, I'm sorry. Actually, where I'm sitting, I think I have some internet problems. So then I would like to request you one thing, that whenever you say that you should click here, you should click here, I don't know what you mean by here, because arrow is moving this right and left and up and down, and I'm not able to notice what you mean by here.
Okay. Thank you. Next time I will care about it.
Thank you very much, sir.
So now we learned here how we will enter the questionnaire in our SPSS. Now I'm going to invite some participants and to control my screen and to perform some practice how he will enter the variable in my screen here. For example, here define the variable here and how they will enter the data. I would like to invite Anwar Ahmed. Anwar Ahmed is here.
Thank you, sir.
I'm giving to you control of my
Thank
screen.
you.
Anwar, I'm sorry, actually there is some technical issue in giving the control. Do you have any question regarding this session? For example, how to enter the data in SPSS? Do you have any query about it?
No, sir, I am clear about it.
Yes, please, Anwar Amal.
I have some knowledge, basic knowledge to enter data in SPSS, and I can also analyze some basic analysis like frequency distribution and covariations in data analysis.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank
I
you,
am
Anwar.
just clear about this session.
Okay, thank you, Anwar Amal. Now, Mehreen Qureshi, please.
Excuse me, actually I want to know, you have mentioned gender as string. While I have heard that SPSS can only analyze numeric data, I mean in scale, or I mean for gender you should mention 1 and 2, you have write a string.
Whenever you are entering the gender, you can, it's up to you. You are going to declare in string. For example, if you are going to write here male and female, and if you are going to write M and F, you will declare this variable as string. And whenever you are going to enter the gender as the number values, so you are going to define its values like as one for male and 2 for female. In this condition, you will declare this variable as numerical variable. So you are right here. I declare here the gender is string, but basically whenever we have declared the gender as 1 for male and 2 for female, in this form we will declare here as the numerical values, not the string values.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? I have a question. Okay. Is it a rule that we take only value of 9 in missing column? Or can we take any other digit as a value? I want to ask that is it a rule that we take only the digit of 9 as a value?
Yes, Rabia Mushtaq.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I am hearing you.
Okay, I want to ask that is it a rule that we take only 9 as a value for missing column? Or can we take any other digit?
Abhya Mushtaq, actually unmute your background speaker. Actually make a big noise. Echo.
9 as a value for missing column, or can we take any other digit
Yes.
for missing column?
Whenever you are going to enter the missing value in your data, you can define any number as a missing value. You can define, for example, 8 here as a missing value. You can define 10 here as a missing value. It's up to you. It's not a rule. You will just define 9 for all the time. Open a file missing value analysis. All participants, please open the file missing value analysis file. One thing is missing here. For example, you have prepared your file and you are going to save your file. Firstly, you will right click on, you will click on file menu, then you will click on save, and then you will identify the location where you're going to save your this data file. For example, you can save here on your desktop, for example, my data, and then you will click on save, and here you can save your data file. And after that, we will exit this data file, for example, here. And now I'm moving toward the missing value analysis, and I am opening the missing value analysis file. Whenever we entering our data in SPSS during our data entry, we find there are many missing values in our data, and during our data entry, it might be possible because we are the human, and there might be the different type of errors during our data entry. And as it is, whenever we are going to enter in data in SPSS after the completion of data entry, you are to identify the missing values in your data set, and then you have to perform a specific method for this missing value analysis. In missing value analysis, firstly you will measure the minimum and maximum values before missing value analysis. You are to make sure whenever you are going to enter your data in SPSS, you are to make sure that every questionnaire which is entered in SPSS should have the serial number, and you have entered the serial number of all the variables here. And as it is, whenever you are going to enter the data into SPSS after the completion of data entry, you will identify the missing values in your data set, and then you will impute the missing values by a systematic method. By your own self, you can't enter the missing value by your own self. For example, sometimes we have a practice, for example, this person did not mention his salary, so put here the 6,000, 7,000, and it might be possible its salary will be the 20,000, and we will write here. For example, the one person did not respond to his or her education, and you will write here this person is at the faculty level. It might be possible this person have a master's education. So for the imputation of missing values, there is a specific method. You can't enter any value by your own self. It is the ethical consideration in conducting a research. Hand, anybody here? I think anybody have not performed the missing value analysis. Whenever we are going to perform the missing value analysis, there are the different type of missing value missing value imputation methods. For example, the series mean method, linear by interpolation, and the Hordak method. Walaikum salam. Yes.
When you're talking about the missing value analysis, some friend told me that you don't need to replace missing values with 9 or any other digit. Rather, SPSS will do it itself by some randomly chosen values arranged by SPSS itself, rather than putting any other digit by yourself.
You are right, but it depends upon your analysis technique. For example, sometimes whenever we are going to perform the analysis, it is recommended don't impute the missing values in your data set, because whenever you are going to impute the values in your data set, it might be possible it can generate some errors and some issues and declaration of some errors in the declaration of results. In those softwares, you don't need to impute the missing values, and in those softwares you will write, you will declare one number for your missing values, and you will use your whole data set for the data analysis. And in those softwares you will also declare you use the 9 as a missing value analysis. For example, I am talking about the M+. Whenever we perform the analysis in M+, we declared the data set we are using, the data set that we are using here. Wherever you find the 9, you will treat that 9 as a missing value. So sometimes you need to compute the missing values. You need to impute the missing values by a specific method that is called the missing value analysis. But in sometimes whenever you have entered and you have whenever you have specified a digit to that data, for example 9, 8, 10, at that time you don't need to perform the missing value analysis. So it is recommended what's your method, techniques that you are going to test your model, and which software you are going to use. It depends upon. But normally, usually in our data analysis, we don't specify the missing value by 9, 8, or 10, and we impute those missing values by a specific method that we're going to apply here. Is it right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Aisha?
I want to ask that do the missing values have any impact on our final results of the data? And and also the missing values, if we assign any missing value, like any character or any number to the missing value, that is applied to each variable or for the whole data set, the same number or same character, like.
Firstly, the first question, in first your question you asked about it, the missing value imputation can influence our results. So it is exactly right. The missing value, whenever we're going to impute our missing values in our data set, basically we are our SPSS software impute any value based on some specific method on the place of your missing value. So it might be possible there can be some errors in the imputation of missing values, and these imputation of missing values may influence your results. But what the method you have adopted, it depends upon. In which condition you adopt which method, it depends upon it. Because every method have some justification how they are entering that missing values, what the algorithm is working behind that particular process, and they have some justifications. Whenever we impute the missing values in our data set, we explain here which method we have adopted and why we adopted that particular method. And on the other hand, you also asked at sometimes we give a number to missing value. Whenever you are going to a number to a missing value, you can see here, for example, at this time we did not place any number. But where you place a number, this number will be assigned to that particular variable. And it's not possible that you will assign a number to one variable and this number will be applicable to the all variables. All right. But it is recommended you don't. It is recommended in a, and we usually perform the data analysis and we perform the missing value analysis for the imputation of missing values. And normally we don't assign the number in our missing values. All right. Nabiga.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Is there any question that you would like to do, or what? I don't understand. I did not raise hand actually.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Now, before going to start the missing value analysis according to our schedule, we'll have a break of 15 minutes and we will start our session on Hanji, Assalamu alaikum, welcome back. SPSS session, and now we're going to talk about missing value analysis. Before starting to missing value analysis, I would like to share my some experiences and some suggestions for you. For example, It is normally the conception that without SPSS, without analysis, without advanced analysis techniques, we are unable to publish in top tier journals. All right? What do you think about it? Am I right? We can't publish our research articles, our research in top tier journals without having the proficiency in advanced analysis techniques. Yes, Muhammad Abu Bakr, would you like to explain this?
I would, but what I was saying is that I don't have the hand raise option in my webcam, this webinar menu, and also I haven't received the data files.
Please check your email.
Yeah, I have checked it, I mean, twice, thrice, but I haven't received it yet.
Oh, you did not receive your our email?
Yes.
Okay.
I even gave an email before.
We are sending you again the data files and other related materials. And now I have a question from you that do you think without having proficiency in data analysis we can't publish in top tier journals?
I mean, yes, because mostly the results need to be verified statistically. The statistical significance of the results need to be empirically evaluated before we can publish in any journal. So for that matter, I think advanced data analysis techniques are pretty much required if we want to publish our results in top tier journals.
Okay, but here the scenarios there is some different scenario is here. For example, if I am talking about the management journals, in management journals, the top tier journal and the toppest journal of the management is the Academy of Management Review. And in Academy of Management Review, the review papers are published. Any paper which have the empirical support, which have the data analysis, Academy of Management Review don't publish that particular paper which have along with the empirical support. So I would like to share this thing with you that it is not necessary that every research will be published along with the data analysis and along with the empirical support. Whenever you have a great idea, whenever you have a great theoretical findings, whenever you have a great theoretical support and you have the idea that is that will be the breakthrough in the research, and you developed a paper, a review paper, or you can say a propositional paper in which you just developed your arguments from the theory. That paper can be published in top tier journals because the theoretical contribution is required, not just the empirical support is required. So it is, on the other hand, you can also say whenever you have a great idea and along with you have also strong research design for that particular idea and you have also performed the data analysis in that particular paper, that paper can also be published in top tier journals. I have shared you the two papers. The one is the one research paper that is published in Academy of Management Journal. That is a top tier journal, and this paper was published by the Dr. Umar Farooq. He's the assistant professor of Catch Business School, and he's a Pakistani. And it's my good luck that he's my supervisor. And he and her wife, Dr. Mariam Farooq, are the renowned scholar in Pakistan. And they are the first scholars in Pakistan who have published in Academy of Management Journal, which is a top tier journal in all over the world. So it's it's also good luck for all of us that we Pakistanis are also now publishing in top tier journals. All right. And it's my also good luck that in that paper, which is published in Academy of Management Journal, the all analysis of that particular paper is performed by me, and I have performed the data analysis of that particular paper. I'm just showing you that particular paper here. For example, you can see here. I have also shared that paper with you. You can see here, this is the paper which is published recently in Academy of Management Journal. And you can go through this paper. Like us, look at this. Dr. Umar Farooq, the Assistant Professor of Catch Business School. The Deborah Roop is the co-author in this paper. Deborah Roop basically is the ex-associate editor of Journal of Management, which is also the top tier journal in the management field. And you can also see here, I'm also very thankful to Dr. Umar Farooq. You can see here, Osad Rabi and I have worked on that particular paper, and it's great honor for us that the data analysis that is performed by me is now has published in Academy of Management Journal. Although I'm not the author, because this is a very great project, and to get an authorship in such a great publication, it is a dream of every scholar. So here I have also shared you the other paper that is written by me, and this is published in Career Development International. And I have an experience how to write the data analysis section. And in this workshop, I will share with you all the analysis techniques that I have performed in the different projects. How to, for example, you can see here in analysis techniques, I'm writing here the missing value. You can see here. We adopted the Hordak method for the imputation of missing values. So just this one line is required. That come up from the that is coming from the whole process. Now I'm going to start the missing value analysis. You have all this data set. If anybody have not this data set, please have a question on this. Now you will have not the option of hand raise. You will just put up your question. Anybody? All participants have this dataset file. Should I start from now? Muhammad Mustafa have not filed. Anybody else have not filed? Muhammad Mustafa, please send the file to Muhammad Mustafa. Anybody who have not filed, who have not received the data file and other resources? Check your email and you will find a folder. In that folder, you will find there are multiple data files. The one file is the missing value data. Anwar Ahmed also have not file. Anwar, please check your email, and did you receive a folder of different files? Javeria, Umar also have not received file. Javeria, we are sending the files to you, and we are sorry that for this inconvenience and for delaying. Now again, we are sending you the files, and please confirm me here in chat. Have you received all the files? Okay. Now we are going to start from the missing value analysis, and you all will open Faz Mohammed. Okay, please give me 2 to 3 minutes. We are sending you files, and after receiving the files to all participants, then we will start the session. Here the Faz Mohammed, please check your again email. These are sent to you. I hope so. You have received those data files. Now I'm going to start from missing value analysis. Now, firstly, you have to make sure that in missing value analysis, the first step is to identifying the undesired values and clean the data from the typo errors. Here, I will talk about the data analysis file which you have prepared from the, which is consisted on the question items prepared from the survey design, and you have received the different questionnaires from the respondents, and then you entered the data in SPSS. Now, you have entered all the data in SPSS, and I have opened the file which is named the missing value data analysis file. So in this file, you can see here, there are the multiple demographic questions, and after that, there are the multiple questions like as Q1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I would like to share about this data file, that this data file was prepared for my MPhil thesis, and this paper, and now I have prepared the article of this this data analysis, and this article is in revision process of information and technology people, which is also a B-Rank journal, and but I have removed some data from this file, and you can say that, and there are some amendments in this data file. Before imputation of missing values, you are to firstly identify how many, is there any typo error. For this purpose, you will move toward the descriptive statistics. In analyze, you will move toward the descriptive statistics. Then you will move toward the descriptives. Here, you will select all the variables. And then you will move toward the options. Here you can see here is a standard deviation. You will place here the minimum and the maximum value. All right. Then you will click on continue, and then you will move toward OK. You can see here you can see the minimum and the maximum value of all the variables. You are to make sure that all the values should be the range that you have declared in your questionnaires. For example, in Q1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we all know that the values should be from 1 to 5 because the data is managed, the questionnaire is managed at 5 Likert scale. When you have managed your questionnaire at 7 Likert scale, you should know that the minimum value should be the 1 and the maximum value should be the 7 right here. And as it is, when you have managed your questionnaire at 9 Likert scale, so the minimum value can be the 1 and the maximum value can be the 9. So you have to make sure that all the values are in between of 1 to 7, 1 to 5, 1 to 9, and it's up to you. It's on your design questionnaire. So you can see here in VI4, we are finding the value 6. In HC1, you are finding the value 43. And as it is, you will move down. You can see here in CF there is the value that is 55. That is in BI value, BI3 value there is a 35, and in AU2 there is a value that is 44. All right. So I think these are the typo errors. You will mention all these values that you have find in this preliminary analysis. For example, firstly we have find in HC1 43, we have found the in HC1 that is the value 43. You will move toward HC1. You can see here is the HC1 is labeled here. HC1 is here. It is the question number 9. You will move toward the Q9. This, and in this question, in this responses, you will find the 43. You will click on Control plus F. You will press the from your keyboard Control plus F. You will find this. Here you will write here 43 and find next. You can see here. This is the 43. All right. So this 43 is a typo, can be a typo error, and it is now in case 151. You can see here. In 151, one question is placed as 43. Now, you are to identify this error. Okay, I'm going to repeat this process. You will click on Analyze. Then you will move toward the descriptive statistics. Then you will move toward the descriptives. Click on this. Select all the variables from this to this. And then you will move toward the options. You will click on minimum and maximum. Then you will continue. And then you will click on OK. And you will find here the minimum and the maximum values. And here you will find the HC1, that is the 43. As it is, we can find the any other value. For example, we can find here the 44, that is AU2. You will move toward the variable view. Here you will find the AU2 is in TQ8. Here you will move toward the TQ8. Like as this is TQ6, 7, and this is TQ8. Here you can find here the 44. To find the 44, you will click on Control plus F. and you will write here the 44 and find next. Here you can see here the value is 44 is given here. All right. So I have repeated the whole process. Now you are to identify what will be the value that is given here in 44. For this purpose, you will move toward a questionnaire that is, for example, this questionnaire is given in 12 questionnaire. You will find the questionnaire that numbered of 12. You will find that particular questionnaire, and then you will identify at TQ8 what the respondent has put the value. For example, he has ticked on 4, he has ticked on 3, and he has ticked on which. So you are to diagnose from here, from your questionnaire, what the value that was given in that particular questionnaire, and then you will make a correction of this value. For example, I write here the 4. So here, in this way, you will place all the, you will make a correction of all the values. For example, we have find here in BI3 the 35 and OI1 is a 33. You will make a correction of all these values by this process. Is it right? Every person is okay? Okay. Now I am moving toward the second step. This is the examining the descriptive statistics. We have already done this. You have examined the descriptive statistics. After corrections, you will again examine the corrections. You will again examine the descriptive statistics. For this purpose, you will move toward this, and then you will move toward the descriptives, and then you will click on. Okay, Aisha. I think I should repeat this. I don't understand the correction of values. Look at this. For example, you have find look at this. For example, in questionnaire number 6, you identified in Q1 there is a 55. Okay. Now you are to correct this 55 value. This 55 value is given in questionnaire number 6. So I pick up this question, and there is this is the respondent number 6. Here I have written already this. And in this questionnaire, I found in question 1 there is the value of 50. In question 1, the respondent tick like as on 5, just 5, not on 55. All right. So I will make correct this 55 by placing the value of 5. All right. So here, in this way, I will identify the other question where is the value given by the typo errors, and then you will diagnose that particular. Then you will make a corrections by opening your questionnaire bundle and getting 1 questionnaire, 2 questionnaire, 3 questionnaire, 5 questionnaire, 10 questionnaire, and so on. By these corrections, you can now you will have the data without any typo errors. All right. Is it okay, Aisha? Yes, Aisha, please. Say, Aisha. Okay. Now I have examining the descriptive statistics. Now we will count the missing values per variable. For this purpose, you will move toward the analyze. descriptive statistics. Then you will move toward the frequencies, and then you will put here all the variables, like as here you will select all the variables here. Then you will move toward the right, and you will uncheck the display frequency tables. Remember this. You will uncheck the display frequency tables. Is it right? Then you will click on OK. Now you can see here you will see here the missing values are given, like as in bank name there is no missing value, in gender there are 2 missing values, in age there is 1 missing value, in qualification is 0 missing value, work experience is 2 missing values, and so on. You can find here how many missing values are given in different variables. Clear? So you will place this information into your missing value project. All right. And now the next step is how to count the missing values per case. We have counted the missing values per variable. Okay, I am also here opening a project. You can see here, this is a missing value project. And this I have performed all the missing value analysis. For example, here I provided the introduction, then explained how many methods of missing value analysis, and then identifying the undesired missing values and clean the data from typo errors. You can see here this is the process. And then I have prepared this table. In this table I have identified where we have identified the typo errors, and after that we make a corrections. So now we have identified how many missing values in which case. You can see here. In this project we have also analyzed descriptive statistics before missing value analysis. You can see here, then the count missing values per variable. This is the given here. For example, in this variable we have found these missing values, in this variable we have found these missing values, and this and this. You can see here, here is the missing values per variable in working experience, and this information is given in this project in this form. All right. Now the next step is count missing values per case. How many missing values we have found the per case? You have to remember this whenever we are talking about the missing values per variable. Basically we are talking about this Q1, Q2, Q3. Like as in Q3 we have found 10 missing values. In work experience we have the 1 missing value. For example, in Q5 we have found the 15 missing values. In gender we have found the 10 missing values. All right, and as it is in Q14 we have found the 8 missing values. So these missing values are per variable, not per case. Now we are going to identify the missing values per case. For example, this is a questionnaire number 5, this is a questionnaire number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. we have to identify how many missing values are in one case. For example, we gave a questionnaire to a respondent and say them to fill the questionnaire, and after after the receiving of that particular questionnaire, we entered the data into SPSS, and then we have entered all the data. You can see here is at the end, for example, you can see here at 153 respondent, we have found here just filled the Q9 till Q9, and all the all the responses are missing in 151 questionnaire. And as it is in 152, there is the respondent has filled the information on just Q15, Q16, and they have ignored the responses of all the question items after that. So you are to identify how many missing values are in per case, not in per variable. You are to identify it. For this purpose, you will move toward the compute variables. This is the option in transform. You will click on transform, and then you will move toward the compute variable. You will click here. Now you are to select all the you are to first write the target variable. We will write here the missing value. You have to remember this. You will never give a space in writing the variable name, missing value. All right. Sorry. This is a count values within case. That is not the compute variable. That is another option. How to count the missing values in one variable? For this purpose, you will move toward the transform. Then you will move toward the count values within case, not compute variable. Compute variable is another option. You will move toward the count values within case. I will click on count values within case. Here you will write here the target variable. Here you will write the missing value. Then you will move toward the if. You will write here the gender and click on this. You will select here the gender. To continue. Why this is not working? I think I need to reopen this file. I think might be there is some error in this file. I'm reopening this file. Now
Oh. Just realizing. यार ये डिफाइन वेरिएबल वाली ऑप्शन नहीं चल रही है। क्या हो गया इसको?
Audience who actually the one option was not working in SPSS. Now it is working. Now I am again going to repeat this process to identify the missing values in different cases. You will click on transform. Then you will click on count values within case. All right. Click on this. Then you will write here the missing value. And then you will select all the variables. All right. Then you will select to the variables. All right. Then you will click on define values. Here you will write here, you will click on the system or user missing. Then you will click on add. Okay. Then you will click on continue. Then you will click on OK. Now the operation is performed. I am again going to repeat this process. You will click on transform. Then you will click on count values within case. Then you will select all the variables here. And then you will move toward the define values. Here you will select the system or user missing. Then you will click on add. And as it is, then you will move toward continue. And then you will click on OK. In this process, you will find here the one variable is generated that is called missing value. You can see here. Okay. And now you will move to the data view. You can see here the missing values are given in each case. For example, in 4 respondents, there are 2 missing values. In 7 respondents, there are 1 missing value. In 9 respondents, there are 2 missing values. In this respondent, in 29 respondents, there are 17 missing values. And in 77 respondents, there are 48 missing values. In 94 respondents, there are 23 missing values. And as it is, you can see here, in 153 respondents, there are 39 missing values, and in 152 respondents, there are the 34 missing values. So now I would like to ask a question. Should I retain the questionnaire which have the 39 missing values, which have the 34 missing values? Okay, I can again repeat the process. In transform, you will move toward the count values within case. You will write here the target variable name as missing value. You will select all the variables to the right column variables, and then you will move toward the define values. You will click on system or user missing. You will click on add, and then you will click on continue, and then you will click on OK. And this way the one variable will be generated as the name of missing value variable, which is presented here in the form of this. Now we are to identify which questionnaire we should retain and which questionnaire we should drop. For this purpose, normally it is said that whenever we have the 5% missing values in a questionnaire, or you can say that you can move toward the 3% missing values within a case, within a questionnaire, you can select that particular case. And you should remove all particular cases which have the missing values more than 3, 5 or 10. It's up to you. It is your subjective phenomena. It is your subjectivity. How can missing values you can tolerate in one case? All right. Now for this purpose, firstly, we are to identify, we will calculate the frequency of this. For example, we will calculate the frequency of missing value, and you can see here there are the one case, there are the 40 cases which have one missing value. There are the 18 cases which have two missing values. There are the 7 cases which have the 3 missing values. There are the 3 cases which have 4 missing values. There are the 1 case which have 6 missing values. And there are the 1 case which have 48 missing values. There is a 1 case which have 39 missing values. Now, according to you, what should we have the benchmark for this? It depends on your own subjectivity. How can you tolerate? Normally, it is assumed if a questionnaire have, you can say that if a questionnaire have 5 missing values, we can select that particular questionnaire. Now again, it's up to you. You can select the questionnaires which have 3 missing values. You can select the questionnaire which have the 7 missing values. You can select the questionnaire which have the 10 missing values. All up to you. Now, what you recommend here? How much missing values in a case should we drop? What do you suggest? Anybody? Please text here. I'm saying there is not rule of thumb. Normally, it is said that you can drop the missing. You can drop a questionnaire which have the missing values 3 to 5%. Okay, Muhammad Abu Bakr said 6 and so on. In this case, we may accept the 4 missing values. All right. How did I find the frequencies of missing values? I can again, you will click on analyze. descriptive statistics, and frequency. Here you will select the variable missing value. All right. Then you will click on OK. Here you can find here. This is the frequencies of missing value variable. So we here accept the suggestion of Abu Bakr Naeem. We set here the benchmark of 6. So it means now we are to drop all the questionnaires which have more than missing values. All right. So now I'm going to perform this step. Now you are to move toward the data. Then you will move toward the select cases. All right. Here you will click on this. If condition is satisfied, then you will click on if. Here you will click on missing value. Then you will click on this arrow. Now you will write here select according to the suggestion of Abu Bakr, we are selecting the cases which have less than 6 missing values. It means we are selecting the cases which have 5 and less than 5 missing values. All right. For this purpose, you will click on continue. Then we will click on OK. Now you can see here what has happened. Look at this. This question is respondent is unselected. This is also unselected. You can see here in this case there is the 6 missing values. In this case there are the 17 missing values, and this is the filtration. The question which is selected that has 1 value, and the questionnaire which have not selected that have the 0 value. Again, I'm going to repeat this. You will click on data, then you will move toward the select cases. You will click on if. Here you will click on missing value, click on arrow, select this, and then you will write here less than 6, and then you will continue, and then you will OK, and then you will find here this filtration point. Here you can again you will calculate the frequency. You will move toward the analyze descriptive statistics, and then you will move toward the frequencies. Now you will click on this, and then you will click on this, and missing value less than 6 filtration point, and you can see here selected 146. Is it right? Now I'm moving to forward. Is there any question? Yes, Uzma Shehzadi. Yes, Uzma.
So please repeat if condition.
If condition, okay. Data. You will move toward the data. Then you will move toward the select cases. Here you will click on if, and you will down here you will select the missing value variable, and then you will write here the less than this, and you will write here 6, and continue, and then you will OK. And this way, all the cases which have the less than 6 values will be unselected. And you can see here, there are the many cases which are unselected. On the other hand, you have also another option here, in which case you can purely delete that particular cases. For this purpose, you will move toward the data, select cases, and if condition is the same, and here you will click on the delete unselected cases. You will select this option, delete unselected cases. Delete unselected cases. Then you will move toward OK, and you will find here now your sample size is reduced. Now we have just 146 responses. Now we have just 146 responses. All the responses which have larger missing values, a great number of missing values are deleted from our data set. And now you can again check, analyze descriptive statistics and frequency of the missing value. For example, this. Now you will click on OK, and now you can see here the 40 cases having the 1 missing value, 18 cases having the 2 missing values, 7 cases having the 3 missing values, and 3 cases having the 4 missing values, and there are not any case which have the missing values more than 5 or 6. Rabia, we are moving toward it. We are moving toward it, how to impute the missing values. This is the next step. Before this, we are just reducing our sample size, and we are eliminating all the cases which have the larger and greater, which have the great number of missing values. Now I'm moving toward this, how I can impute the missing values. I think this is done now. Now I am moving toward this, how to impute the missing values. You can see here, in this case, I have performed all the things. Now, this is the question before imputation of missing values, because everybody is asking about is what will be the influence on your data whenever you are going to impute the missing values in your data set. To identify this effect before imputation of missing values, you will calculate the descriptive statistics of your whole data. For example, I will move toward analyze descriptive statistics, descriptive, and selected all the data here. And click on this. You can see here. This is the descriptive statistics of your data set. You are to compare the descriptive statistics before missing value imputation and after missing value imputation. Whenever you are going to impute the missing values, you are to make sure before imputation of missing values, you have calculated the descriptive statistics of your particular data. You can see here, Now participants who are moving toward the imputation of missing values. For this purpose, you will move toward the transform. You will move toward transform. Then you will move toward the replace missing values. All right. Here, you will select all the variables. Firstly, you have to make sure there are the different methods like a series mean method, mean of nearby point, median of nearby point, linear interpolation, linear trend at point. And now it is your assignment. You are to get a detail of these different methods. You are to identify in which conditions you are to use which technique. For example, normally we use the series mean method. I'm telling about it, Muhammad Khalid. I'm telling about it how you will add the values at the place of missing values. This is basically the replace missing values and will put a value on the missing values and you will get a data that will have not any missing value. You will select all the variables here. You will select here and now you will click on OK. Now you will see here a new set of variables are generated. These all variables are the new variables which have the missing values, which have not any missing value. What the system has done basically. The system has done in such a way, system has imputed the mean of that particular variable in each variable. You can see here, you will move toward the frequency. You will select here the below mentioned variables. Click on this, uncheck the display frequency tables, and you will click on this, and now you will see here in this table there is not any missing value. So now you will use these variables for your further analysis. You will not use the other analysis. The prior variables, you will use these variables for your further particular analysis. How to select? I'm unable to do so. Uzma Shehzadi, please stay on your mic.
I mean so that when we are selecting variables from variables window, I'm unable to do so. I'm unable to do a selection.
In which command?
It is in transform. When you are selecting variable, then you are clicking arrow, OK, and putting it in another variable. At the moment when there are variables in the window, I'm unable to select that.
Please repeat again.
The control.
No,
I am on my own.
Yeah.
Yes, if you are on transform, okay.
Yes, then.
Then there comes compute, suppose count values within cases.
Or you're talking about this?
So move,
Okay.
Will you please select this? Okay.
But
Yes,
you're
sir, here
talking about
comes
this?
on left side, on left
Define
serial of
values?
variables like serial number, missing value, bank name, gender.
Yeah.
No,
Define
your
values.
arrow is
Then
on
you will.
defined. No, it is not on defined values. It is
You are
on the
not
very
selecting here
left
the
side,
variable.
target variables.
In this?
Target variables window. Yeah, this one. Your arrow. Yeah, how are you selecting this all?
But this this step has performed before some time. You are talking about the counting values within case. Am I sure?
Sir, I'm basically this selection is working in all whatever you are talking about in cases, missing values, and in transform or in analysis. Yes, how do you perform this selection?
Selection. For this purpose, you will click on first variable.
Yes.
Then you will press shift button from your keyboard. Then you will press the down arrow.
Many
All right?
thanks. Many thanks.
Okay. Now you can see here we have the variables which have the data without missing value. Okay. Now we have done the missing value analysis, and after the imputation of missing values, you will again compute the descriptive statistics. Like as you will move toward the descriptive statistics, you will click on descriptives. You will select all these variables. Then you will click on OK, and here you have again the descriptive statistics. Now you have to compare this descriptive statistics with the existing descriptive statistics which are given here. All right, and there should be not any much difference between the prior descriptive statistics and between the descriptive statistics after performing the missing value analysis. All right. 146 case already did not have any missing values. Muhammad Abu Bakr, my question is the 146. Please come on mic. Yes, say Abu Bakr, please.
What I was saying is that we had already removed some cases which had minimum values less than 6. So now we have now we have removed all the missing values. Not even.
No, we did not remove all the missing values. Actually, we impute some value in that particular missing places.
Right.
So now we have the data set having no missing value. All right.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Now we have also, if we are going to talk about this paper, in this paper, please, I have shared this paper with you. Please open this paper. Now look at this. We are talking about this last paragraph. We received 392 questionnaires following the preliminary scrutiny, and we selected 371 usable responses, and we adopted the Hordak method for the imputation of missing value resulting from the partial non-responses, and our total sample of 371 cases consisted of 22 male and 149 females, and most of the responses were from the 21 to 25 years old. Now we are to give this information in our particular paper. For this purpose, you will move toward analyze, then you will move toward the frequency, here we will just select age and gender. You will put here, and then you will click on OK. Sorry. You will also check the display frequency tables. You will also check the display frequency tables. Now you can see here, we can see here in this data set there are the 106 male and there are the 38 females. All right. And in this data set there are the 62 members who are related to 18 to 28 years old, and there are the 66 respondents who are related to 29 to 40 years old, and there are the 17 respondents who are related to 41 to 55 years old, and there are the total the 145 respondents. All right. And you can also add some graphs. You can move toward these frequencies and you will move toward the charts. Now you have the options of 3 types of charts: the bar chart, pie charts, and histograms. Here, like as we are selecting here the pie chart, you will click on continue, and then you will click on OK. Here you can add this chart into your paper, but normally it is not recommended in research articles. Whenever you are going to publish your paper in research journal, it is not recommended. But on the other hand, if you are going to prepare your thesis, you can add different type of charts. For example, you can also create the bar chart. Continue. Look at this. There are the male and there are the females. And as it is, this is the age distribution. So in this way, you can also add the charts and the graphs in your thesis. But normally in research papers, it is not recommended to add multiple charts and graphs. Now, I'm moving toward the exploratory factor analysis. By the way, why we perform the exploratory factor analysis? Anybody have idea about exploratory factor analysis? To perform the exploratory factor analysis, we have another file. Please open that particular file. This file is called the case factor analysis. Anybody have a question? Transform, replace missing values, select variables, select series mean, option OK. No, it's OK, done. Any other? Sayyid Muhammad Fahim, to reduce the data or variable into smaller set of variables. What are you saying, Fahim? Please give a mic to Fahim. Sayyid Muhammad Fahim. This is you. Now, Fahim, I'm here. Please say.
That was
actually answering to your question. You asked for what is EFA. Actually, I tried to answer that. You asked you are going to start EFA. You launch a question that what is EFA. So I tried to answer from my own knowledge that EFA is actually reducing the larger number of variables into a smaller set of variables.
That's nice. Anybody have the idea about EFA, exploratory factor analysis? Why we perform the exploratory factor analysis? Used for dimension reductions, variability among variables, all is right. But now I'm talking about there are the two type of research which are published in the different type of journals. The one is the scale development. The other research is called in which we are going to find the effect of different factors on other factors. Whenever we are going to develop the scales, we use the exploratory factor analysis. For example, we are going to identify the impact of perceived supervisor support on employees' turnover intention. Now we have the perceived supervisor support. We don't have the question items about the perceived supervisor support, so we can develop the question items by our own self. But you are to make sure the scale is not available in existing literature. All right. But normally I recommend you whenever you are going to prepare your thesis, whenever you are going to identify the causal effects, I recommend you don't prepare the question items by your own. I just say I just say you can say use the question items which have already developed by existing instruments. What are saying? I have mentioned gender as string in. I have heard SPSS only analyze the numeric data. No, not here, Mehreen. You can also mention your gender as a string, and the SPSS can also analyze the string data in such a way. For example, you have mentioned the gender as a string, and you can identify how many males and how many females are working here. And as it is, you can also perform the t-test and ANOVA and other tests to perform the analysis. It's not right. The SPSS just perform the analysis on the numerical numbers. It can also perform the analysis on the string variables. No, I'm talking about the exploratory factor analysis and the scale development and the research work. So I recommend you whenever you are going to prepare your thesis, whenever you are going to prepare your questionnaires, you are to make sure you are getting the question items from the already developed scales. For example, you can see here in this paper, these are the measures. For example, the entrepreneurial intentions were measured by 6 items adopted from this and example items of this. And as it is, whenever we are talking about the attitude toward entrepreneurship, this is measured by the 5 items adopted by this. And you can't find any item, any questionnaire, any question item which we have used, which we have developed by our own self. So normally it is recommended at early stage. Whenever you are going to prepare your thesis, whenever you are going to identify the causal relationship, whenever you are going to prepare to identify the causal relationship, you will use the existing instruments. I'm also sharing you one link to find the existing instruments. This will be very beneficial for you. For example, this is the link. This is very beneficial link for you. I'm sharing you here. You can find this link. For example, here we can find any type of variable and its items. For example, say any variable you want to get its question items. No, we can't get the items from 2 scales. It is recommended you should get the items from 1 scale till the time you have the justification.
I have a question.
Yes.
If we are using a borrowed scale or borrowed constructs and all of the items are borrowed, can we adjust those items a little, or can we change them a little, or are we supposed to use them as it is?
Yeah.
This is my question number
There
one.
are 2 concepts.
I'm having another question.
Just please respond to the first question. Whenever you are going to adopt the question items from the existing instruments, you have the 2 options. The one is called adoption, ADOPTION, and the other is called the adaption, ADAPTION. Whenever you are going to the question items from one article, and you are going to use that particular question items as it is, you will use the word adopted. And whenever you are going to contextualize that particular variable into your study, for example, in one study, I adopted the instrument from intention to use new technology in banking sector of Pakistan, and I adapted that particular question in banking sector in banking sector technology. For example, I feel very easy to use Temenos T24 software here, so I have changed the words. The Temenos T24 is the particular software that is used in Pakistani banking sector, not in other sectors. So we are going to here adapt, not adopt. So it's up to you what you use in your study. You have the both options. You can adapt and you can adopt. All right.
Suppose if I go for adaptation, that is changing the item a little, to what extent this adaptation is allowed? 20% adaptation, 20%, or this may go to any extent?
It's up to you. You can adapt 100% of items. You can change the items according to your context. But now you are to make sure you will perform the validity analysis of that particular question. For this purpose, one method is used that is called the panel analysis. You will adapt that particular question items, then you will discuss with that a panel of 5 to 10 persons, and they will validate that these items are accurate according to your study.
All right. But this is, what kind of validity is this?
I'm talking about the validity which is, you can say that, which is validated by the panel analysis.
You mean face validity, am I right, sir?
Yeah, I'm right.
Okay. I'm having another question, and it is, if we have taken, say, borrowed scales or borrowed constructs already used by someone else, somewhere else in the world, is it really very necessary for us to perform EFA again for those constructs?
No. Whenever we are going to adopt the questionnaires from the existing studies, we will not perform the exploratory factor analysis. We will perform the confirmatory factor analysis. Exploratory factor analysis is just used for that time whenever we are developing our own scale. At that time, you will perform the exploratory factor analysis. And before this, whenever the structural equation modeling was not used, the people were using the exploratory factor analysis because they have the note option of the structural equation modeling. But after the arrival of structural equation modeling, the people are normally using the confirmatory factor analysis because mostly the scales are available in the existing research, and we are using that particular scale. So exploratory factor analysis is now just becoming, you can say that, obsolete, or normally we have the practice of using the confirmatory factor analysis, but we should have the knowledge about the exploratory factor analysis.
All right. So no exploratory factor analysis is required if we are working with borrowed constructs.
No
right?
exploratory factor analysis is required. We don't need to perform the exploratory factor analysis. Okay.
Thank
Now I'm talking about how to get the question items, how to get the question items from the existing instruments, from the existing studies. Please please say any variable that you want to get the variable items, the question items of that particular variable. Please say any variable. Right here, any variable. Transformational leadership. I write here. Search variable. You will find here there are the multiple scales are available to you. All right, you can find any scale from here. Now the reference is available and the question items are also available. And as it is, you can find here. All right. I have shared the link of the site. This link will be very helpful to all of you because this is a very special link and we normally use this link because it is pretty tough to find the question items from the existing literatures. For this purpose, we have to done a lot of working, but this site provides us the capability to find the question items of any variable. Now we have the different scales of one variable. The question is this: how we can select the question items? Normally, I recommend you select the question items which are less. For example, if you will use the great number of question items for one scale, it will make some problems for you. And secondly, I will suggest you to adopt those question items, to adopt those you can say that questionnaire which is according to the definition, that you're using your study. For example, if I am talking about the employees trust, the trust can be of two forms. The one trust, the other person will not harm you. In this time, you will adopt those question items that is related to such type of definition. For example, my organizations will not harm to me. I trust on my organizations. They will always think about my benefits, and I think my organizations will always provide me the benefits. This trust is something different. Whenever we are talking about the other trust can be the, for example, you can say that on the knowledge of my supervisor. Whenever you are going to adopt some questionnaires, you are to make sure the question items are operationalized by the definition of your selected construct. You can't select the definition of other and then you are moving toward the to selection of the constructs which are related to the others. So you have to make sure there is, you can say that there is familiarity, there is a synchronization of the question items and your selected definition. All right. So now I'm moving toward the exploratory factor analysis. Exploratory factor analysis is not usually performed by the people, but normally some people are going to perform exploratory factor analysis in their research just for the imaginary effect and just to make the complex of their thesis, but it is not required whenever you are going to adopt the question items from the existing questionnaire. I recommend you whenever you are going to adopt questionnaires, you will perform the confirmatory factor analysis. You will not perform the exploratory factor analysis, but for the sake of knowledge, I am delivering here the exploratory factor analysis. Whenever you are going to perform the exploratory factor analysis, you will move toward the analyze. Now, note down the steps. You will move toward the dimension reduction. All right. Then you will move toward the factor. Here, you will just select the items of your study questions, not demographic questions. You will select here the questions. All right. Now in descriptive statistics, you will select coefficients and KMO Barley test. You will select these two options, coefficients and KMO Barley test. Please note down. Nabiga, whenever you are going to develop your own questionnaire, you have to make sure that the question items of that particular construct is not available in the existing literature. And after that, you will perform a specific method for the development of that particular question items. And I will, you can contact me on my email. I will share you the paper which describe how you can develop your own instrument. I am sharing you here my email address. Now I am again moving toward the exploratory factor analysis. In descriptive statistics, you will click on coefficients and the KMO Barley test. Fahim, actually, there are a lot of options like as inverse, anti-image, reproduced, and there are a lot of options. And I'm not familiar about the inverse and anti-image because I did not use this thing in my any research. So might be possible. And one thing you all should remember, there are a lot of options here in SPSS, and we don't need to learn all those of options. Whenever we are going to, my practice is this, whenever I am going to prepare my research paper, I just learn the things which are recommended by the reviewers, which are recommended by the supervisors to perform that particular analysis. So I just learn those things which we use in our particular research. The significance level is basically the significance level. You can say that the coefficients of your variables which are using here in your analysis are significant at 0.05 or not. The significance level is basically the p-value which describes the relationship of two variables have a significant relationship or the insignificant relationship. Wherefrom we could come to know about these options. You can find about it in internet. Just find the thing on inverse, reproduced, anti-image. You can find a lot of knowledge about it. But for this purpose, you are to read about it, because a lot of reading is required to learn and understand each and every option. All right. So here we just click on continue. Then we will move toward the extraction. Extraction is basically from your question items, how many factors will be extracted. You have to remember what is basically the extraction. Look at this. The variables can be defined. Variable have the question items, single item question items, or the multiple question items. You can see here is the trust is measured by the 5 question items. All right. And in factor analysis, we identify that these question items are loaded on your particular factor or not. There are the two purposes of factor analysis. The one is the data reduction and the second is the explore measurement model. Whenever we are going to extraction method, we have the two methods. The one is the ML, maximum likelihood, and the other is the principal factor analysis. Whenever we are going to perform the factor analysis, we have the data that is normally distributed and that is not normally distributed. When the data is not normally distributed, have not normal distribution, you will use the principal factor analysis in SPSS. And in selection of extraction, there are the two type of covariance matrices and the correlation matrix. Covariance matrix for homogeneous scales used and the correlation matrix for non-homogeneous scales used. For example, you will use here the principal component analysis because we have the data that have the that is free from the normal distribution. And there are the two type of the correlation matrix. The one is the correlation matrix and the other is the covariance matrix. When we are using the question items data which are managed at the same Likert scale, for example 5 Likert scale, 7 Likert scale, or any same Likert scale, all the variables are managed at same Likert scale. In such condition we will use the covariance matrix. And when the question items are managed at the different Likert scale, for example one scale is managed at 5 Likert scale and the other variable items is managed at 10 Likert scale. In such form you will use the correlation matrix. Now here we are using the covariance matrix because all the homogeneous and non-homogeneous means homogeneous means all items of all variables are managed at same Likert scale. For example, 5. For example, 7. And the non-homogeneous means all the items of different questionnaires are managed at different Likert scales. One variable question items are managed at 5 Likert scale. The second variable question items are managed at 7 Likert scale. In this form, we can say it as only on type of Likert scale it is used to collect data. Yes, you are right. Now here we will perform the covariance matrix. You will click on continue. All right. Then you will move toward the rotation. In rotation, we use the Varimax method. When the items of our variables have some correlation between all the variables, we use the Varimax. When the items are orthogonal, you can say that these items have a very little relationship with other variables. At that time, we will use the ProMox. But normally in our analysis, all the variable items have to have some extent relationship with one another. So for this purpose, we will use here the Varimax technique. We will click on continue. And then you will click on options. You will click on the sorted by size because the coefficients are declared here, and you will sort the items by their factor loadings, and then suppress small coefficients. Whenever we have item relationships, mean, for example, we have the variable trust and the satisfaction, so it might be possible the items of trust have the relationship with the items of satisfaction, and as it is the one item of trust have the relationship with the other item of the trust, and as it is the one item of the satisfaction have the relationship with the other item of the satisfaction. So here, whenever we are using the question items, so it might be possible the question items of trust can be loaded to the question items of satisfaction. Okay, I will repeat. Just let me finish it. So here, it is possible. For example, I can continue this and okay. You can see here. At first, here is the correlation matrix in which we found the relationship of all the variables with other items. Now you can see here. This is the K-man Barley test, which explains your data is sufficient for the to perform the exploratory factor analysis or not. If the p-value is less than 0.05, it means your data is sufficient to perform the exploratory factor analysis. And this is the community. Community means the share of each item in your scales. And normally it is recommended the share of each item should be greater than 0.50. It is basically the variance explained by one items in your all scales. Now this is the eigenvalue. This analysis is explaining that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 factors. This analysis is explaining 5 factors. You can see here. Look at this. HR 251463 are loaded into this, but along with there are some other factors which are also loading with this HR. The one factor is also loading from other items. Okay, just give me 2 minutes. To solve this condition, you will move toward the factor analysis and options. You will select here the point 45. You will click on continue. Then you will click on OK. Now you will see here the very refined question items. You can see here all the HR items are producing the first factor and the loading are given here. And all the items of AOC, organizational commitment, are loading from here. And all the items that are related to environmental are loading here. And all the items that are related to trust are loading here. And all the items that are related to public relations are loaded here. Why 0.45? Because normally it is recommended the all items should have the loading to their relevant factors greater than 0.50. So we set here the standard of 0.45. For factors analysis, there must be more respondents, or we can do so it varies sample like size of 80. Dear participants, we have take break of Acha bhi, Anderson says factor loading 0.40. Okay, right. You can select here 0.40. If you have the reference of Anderson, you can select here 0.40. It's absolutely right. Now for factor analysis, there must be more than respondents, or we can, how do you interpret this? What type of interpretation you required? Actually, in factor analysis, we have the loading, we interpret these loadings, that all the items have the loading greater than 0.50 recommended by client 2011, but it is a satisfaction level. Normally it is required the 0.80 factor loading, but 0.50 can be also okay. It is not possible that one item can show high factor loading on two factors, because if it will load greater than 0.50 or 0.60 loading at one item, it will show the loading of 0.40 on other factor. So that will be eliminated by suppressing. So it's not possible that if one item will show the factor loading on multiple items. All right. I'm saying you will suppress the loadings. You will suppress the loadings where I have mentioned the 0.45. When you will write here the 0.45, it will eliminate the cross loadings. Any other question? Okay, dear. Now it's break time, and we will meet on 2:15. See you back. Allah Hafiz. We were talking about the exploratory factor analysis.
and the membership of items with to the different concepts. What we have to report in exploratory factor analysis. Whenever we are going to adopt the question items and the questionnaires from the constructs adopted from the existing studies, we are to establish two things. The one thing is the reliability and the other thing is the validity. Whenever we talk about the reliability, there are two types of reliability. There are two methods to determine the reliability of instrument. The one method is called Cronbach alpha and the other method is called Joraskog HOC. When we calculate the reliability through Joraskog HOC, this reliability is also called the composite reliability. When we perform the exploratory factor analysis, we are to make sure that the factor loadings of all the items are greater than 0.60 or it is satisfactory if it is greater than 0.50 according to Klein, but it is not applied to all items. For example, if all the items have the factor loading greater than 0.50 and less than 0.60, it means the average variance expected of that particular variable will be lower. In such form, that particular construct will have lower validity. So you can't use that particular variable. So you can say that it's possible if one item have greater loading of 0.50, but the other items have greater loading of 0.80, 0.90. In such condition, the lower loading of one item, which is just 0.50, 0.52, or 0.56, is compensated by the other items loadings. The main, whenever we have to establish the validity, we are to consider two things. The one thing, the factor loading of all the items should be greater than minimum 0.50, or it is recommended that it should be greater than 0.70. But along with the variables are to also show the average variance expected from its items that is greater than 0.50. Are greater than 0.50. So next we move toward the reliability analysis. One thing you should remember that whenever we talk about the average variance expected is calculated by using the confirmatory factor analysis, not by using the exploratory factor analysis. So it is the advanced techniques in prior research. The researchers just use the exploratory factor analysis to establish their validity and they just think about the factor loadings. But now in today's the research, in recent research, the confirmatory factor analysis is along with exploratory factor analysis are using, and it is also necessary to calculate the average variance expected of all the variables, and it should be greater than 0.50. But here we will talk about the we will talk about the average gain is expected in tomorrow's session, in which we will perform the confirmatory factor analysis. Now, how to calculate the reliability analysis, and what is reliability basically? The reliability is basically the internal consistency of measurement. For example, whenever we talk about the trust, the items of trust, I come back to you. Organizational trust, multi-items, you can see here. In one item, I believe my employer has high integrity. I can expect my employer to treat me in a consistent and predictable fashion. My employer is always honest and truthful. And in general, I believe my employer's motives and intentions are good. And my employer is open and upfront with me. So whenever we talk about the reliability, if the one respondent is strongly agree or agree on first item, for a good reliability, it is also mandatory. It should be agree or strongly agree on the second item. You can say that all the, if one respondent is responding to the items of organizational trust multi-item, it is necessary for him to respond the items of trust at one side, at one direction. For example, it is he will be agree on all items and he will be disagree on all items. So it is this is basically the internal consistency, and this is measured by the intercorrelations of all items. How much you can say that the items of one questionnaire, you can say that how much the items of organizational trust are interlinked with the items of others. All right. How to examine the reliability? There are two methods. The one method is Cronbach alpha, and the other method is the Jaurès-Cox RHO. The Cronbach alpha method basically use the inter-item correlations. Whenever the Jaurès-Cox RHO, in Jaurès-Cox RHO, it is developed by the Funnen and Larker 1981, and in this method, the reliability is measured by the structural regressions of the items which are used in confirmatory factor analysis. So in today's session, we will just calculate the Cronbach alpha. In tomorrow's session, we will also calculate the composite reliability by using the method of Jaurès-Cox RHO. Most of the people are aware how to calculate the Cronbach alpha of our constructs. EFA is validity analysis, and if most of the items factor loadings are unsatisfactory, remember when the factor loading of some items are unsatisfactory, you will remove those items from your research, and you will also provide the justification in the form of theoretical and in the form of statistical loadings. Any question? Have you mentioned these types of liabilities in your slides? Yes, I have mentioned these type of liabilities in my slides. So now, what method we will use to test the liability? For this purpose, you will move toward the analyze. Then we will move toward the liability. Here we will select the items of HR. Then we will click on OK. The liability of first variable is 0.91. That is the greater than 0.70, the recommended value. Now, anybody have a question about the reliability and the validity? Asha Khalil, we can say that the exploratory factor analysis is very helpful to establish the validity of our used constructs. Whenever you are going to test your liability, you will check your liability of each construct. For example, I will just test. Firstly, I just tested the liability of HR. Then I will move to them back. Then we will select the environment. This will be okay, and then okay. Here is 0.924. In this way, you will test the reliability of all constructs. You can say here. Explain validity. The validity is basically measured by the factor loadings. And factor loadings are what? The factor loadings are basically how much all the items are interlinked. How much all the items have a relationship with one another. If all the items have a good validity, it means all the items should have the factor loading greater than 0.70 or 0.80. But it might be possible there some items can have the factor loading of greater than 0.50. But if one item have less than factor loading of 0.50, it means we will exclude that particular item from our analysis. Now we will move toward the common method variance. Anybody have idea about the common method variance? Nazia, whenever we are going to perform the exploratory factor analysis, in exploratory factor analysis, you will report the factor loadings of the variables, and this will be used as if all the items have the factor loading of greater than 0.50, it means that a particular variable have a validity. Otherwise, if that particular variable have less than loadings, it means that particular variable have no validity. So SPSS, you can test the validity by using the exploratory factor analysis and by reporting the factor loadings. Now, anybody have idea about the common method bias, common method variance? What is common method variance? Whenever we talk about the common method variance, Ziaur Rahman, you will collect the CD from the IRP office. You can contact to them, and you will receive the CD in which all the sessions are given in detail. Now I am talking about the common method variance. Whenever we are using the question items of one constructor that is developed by an instrument, so it is possible you are using the valid questionnaire, you are using the valid question items, the question items you are using are also reliable, but along with there is also a threat. It might be possible there can be some error during the recording of responses from the respondents. Whenever we talk about the common method variance basically common method variance may be concerned when self-reported questionnaires are used to collect the data at the same time from the same participant. It is normally happen in cross-sectional research design, and common method variance is attributed to the measurement method rather than to the construct the measures represents. You can say that what are the items and what are they measuring. The common method variance doesn't concern with this thing. Basically, common method variance is attributed to how you are going to collect your data. There are the different influences, for example, contextual influence, time, locations, media, mode of respondents. They all can influence the responses of the respondent. For example, it might be possible when you are collecting the data from the employees about their satisfaction level. It might be possible at that time he was furious with his boss due to some conflicts raised by him. But on the other hand, it might be possible he will be more satisfied with the organization. But at the time, if you are going to collect the data from that particular respondent, it might be possible he will respond you in a biased way due to some particular reasons. All right. So the common method variance come up with the collection method, not just the selection of instruments. How to handle the common method variance? There are the three things: mixing the order of the questions. Whenever you are getting to collect the data from the respondents, it is suggested by Lindell in 2001 that you can mix the question items for the data collection. And in addition, Lindell also proposed that you can use the marker variable. For this purpose, one paper I'm going to send you that is published in American Psychology, APA. And in this paper they have proposed there are different techniques to handle and to control the common method variance. How to identify common method variance? There are the three methods. The one is the Harman one-factor analysis, and the other is the single and multiple factor CFA, and the third is the common latent factor analysis. Today's session we will perform the Harman one-factor analysis, single and multiple factor CFA, and the common latent factor analysis will be performed in tomorrow's session. So now I'm going to perform the Harman one-factor analysis, and it is mandatory for you whenever you are going to report in your paper, you are to perform multiple methods to identify the common method variance. For example, in this paper, you can see here, this is in this heading, we have performed the common method bias. And we propose here the data were collected from the same questionnaire during the one period with a cross-sectional design. This approach has the potential to cause the common method bias. To test this likelihood, we use the multiple methods including the Harman one-factor method, one-factor CFA, and common latent factor. If you will just use the Harman one-factor analysis, the reviewers will say you please perform the other methods like as the single factor and multiple factor CFA and the common latent factor, because these are the advanced and latest techniques. So it is mandatory for you whenever you are going to publish your research article in top tier journals, in a good quality of journals, you are to perform the multiple methods. Yes. Yes, Sayed, say. Hello, Sayed. Fahim, I'm here. Are you here? Okay. I think there is some issue of mic. Anyway, now I'm going to perform the common method Harman one-factor analysis by using the exploratory factor analysis. For this purpose, you are to perform two things. Firstly, you will go to analyze. No, we can't perform the CFA through SPSS. Now I'm going to test the Harman one-factor analysis. For this purpose, you will move toward the analyze. Then you will click on dimension reduction, and then we will move toward the factor. Here you will select here. Here you will select all the items related to your study questions, excluding the demographic variables. Select here. Then you will move toward the extraction. In extraction, you will select fixed number of factors to 1. Then you will click on continue. And then you will click on OK. Now you will move toward the total variance extent. Here you can see here all the items extracted here one factor, and all the items are loading to the one factor. And you can see here the total variance extent is 30.228. It means the variance is 31%. and it is recommended that this variance should be less than 0.50. Aisha Khalil, please use the SPSS version 18, 19 or 20, 21, 22. In SPSS 16, I don't know where the dimensional reduction is available. So it is recommended to you, please use the SPSS, and you can download the SPSS of 20th version easily from the internet. So here, you can see here, you will report here the total variance of 31.228. Mehreen Qureshi, whenever we are using, whenever we are performing the exploratory factor analysis or confirmatory factor analysis, basically we are treating all the variables as you can say that unidimensional. And if some variable have the multi-dimensional construct, so we are treating them as, for example, if one variable have 3 dimensions, we will treat them as 3 variables. And if one variable have a 1 dimension, we will treat them as a 1 variable. So in exploratory factor analysis or in confirmatory factor analysis, we treat the variables on the basis of their dimensions. Now you can see here the variance is 30.228. Now I am moving toward this. You can say here in Harman one factor test yielded the 37% variance accepted by the single factor. So we reported here that is a 37%, and in our case that is the 31%, 30%. Then we will again perform the analysis, and at this time we will move toward the extraction and click on the based on eigenvalue. And then we will perform this analysis again. Okay, and then we will perform this analysis again. Okay, now you will see here. Now at this time you will again see this total variance explained. Now at this time it is mandatory for you. The first variable should explain the less than 0.50 variance, and all the variables should explain the variance of greater than 0.50 variance. So here the first variable is explained the 19.067% variance, and all the variables are explaining the 73.61% variance. All right, and you will report here in the same way. By using the principal component analysis, all the items produced 4 distinct factors in which the first factor accounted for only the 18.36% of total variance, and all factors targeted accounted for the 62.64% variance. You can see here the first variable is 18.35, and in this case the first variable is 19.0657, and for all the factors is in this case is 62.64, but here in this case is 73.61%. In rotated factor solutions, basically you can say that all the factors of the variables and all the data is rotated, and there are the calculations come up with the different samples, and after the rotation we we get the loadings from all the variables. In this way, that basically the variables have the cross loadings are handled by the rotated factors. And Aisha Khalil, what should be the minimum variance? Actually, the minimum variance is not presented here. It is recommended that the minimum, the variance, the first variable variance should be less than 0.50, and it is recommended that the whole variable should have the variance of greater than 0.50. Nabiga, so can you kindly suggest a book for this? Yes, I will suggest you a book that is in SEM. We use normally the client structural equation modeling book 2011, and in SPSS I will the SPSS recommended book I will send you through email. I will share with you. I have that particular book in short form. Ruxana, what does it mean? What's the required value? What is the way forward? What are you saying, Ruxana? Please come up on the mic. Ruxana, please come up on the mic.
Yes, I actually it was the last slide when you were when we were looking at the variance explained by 1 and we had the variance explained 30, value was 30. So that was, and you said that's what I want to know, okay, how we are going to explain that what does this value of 30 or 31 mean, and is it for the for all the variables, or is it for a particular variable?
Actually, whenever we are talking about the variance, for example, you are examining the trust of your employees, and you are asking them seven questions from them. When you ask 7 questions from them, it is not possible for you to explain the whole variance by these 7 questions. You can say that you can't determine the whole trust level of your employees by just asking the 7 questions. So by statistical techniques, we just identify, we can say that when the 7 items are explaining more than 50% variance of your employees' trust, it means that construct is valid. So whenever I'm talking about the variance, the variance means the explanation that is generated by that particular question items. And here you can say that whenever I'm talking about this variance, it means the data that we are using and all the items are explaining the 73% variance. It means you can say that these are the subjective measures and all the concepts are measured as a whole, that 73%, not 100%. How PCA is different from the simple exploratory factor analysis? Whenever we have the question, whenever we are using the multi-construct, whenever we are performing the exploratory factor analysis on multiple constructs, we have the different constructs and we have the different variables. In such condition, we perform the exploratory factor analysis with the principal component analysis. And whenever we are just calculating the values of one construct, and you can say that the loading of the items of one construct at this time, we don't need to perform the principal component analysis. How different methods, what type of different methods you are asking? Syed Mohammad Fahim, please say what type of different methods. Fahim, please come on mic. Okay. Now I'm moving toward the single and multiple factor CFA and common latent factor analysis will be performed in tomorrow's session. How to control the common method variance. To control the common method variance, we test our model by using the common latent factor. That is very complex technique, and unfortunately I could not include this method in our recent workshop because to prepare the model for this type of controlling the common method variance is pretty tough and pretty time taking. So I have I'm just telling you about the technique that is used how to control the common method variance, and that is basically called the test the model by using the common latent factor. Like what is the difference between PCA and maximum likelihood? I told you the principal component analysis is used when you don't consider the distribution, like as your data is normally distributed or not normally distributed. Whenever on the other hand you are talking about the maximum likelihood technique, in this technique it is necessary that your data is normal distributed. All right. Now I'm moving toward the SPSS test. There are two types of hypotheses. The one is the comparison hypothesis and the other is the causal hypothesis. Normally the SPSS different type of t-tests are used to compare the groups. Now we are going to perform the different type of t-tests. Dimension reduction in factor in extraction. This is the PCA, principal component analysis. This is, you use here the PCA, and the maximum likelihood is this. You can select any method. To perform the analysis of SPSS t-test, we will open another file. Please close this file. Now you have the file of employees data set. Now we are going to perform the t-test, comparison test. Anybody have idea about the comparison test? Because there are many expert persons are here who have the good idea about the comparison test, about the t-test, because the t-tests are used normally in different previous research, but today's research is moved toward the causal relationship. We are identifying the relationship between the variables, but in existing research the t-test or comparison tests were normally used, but in today's the quality of journals have the research which is based on the causal relationship structural equation modeling. Ruxana, please.
Usually, t-tests are used for hypothesis testing, and when we have and to compare the means. So we can use t-test to compare the means. So it means that the variables we are dealing with should be continuous variables. And there are different types of t-tests, like one sample t-test, two sample paired and unpaired t-test.
And what they actually t-tests examine? Is it examine the equivalence between two variables? And is it examine the difference of between two variables?
It examines the difference between the means of variables.
All right. Thank you. The t-test is very simple. Firstly, we will perform the one sample t-test. One sample t-test means, for example, we have the data of salary of employees. You can say that this data is of, for example, Imperial College employees. We are going to test about the salary standard of Imperial College, and we identified in market normally the salary standard is, you can say that on average the salary 30,000 salaries is given to employees to faculty members. But here we are going to test is there any difference between the Imperial College salary and the salary of market. So for this purpose we will perform the one sample t-test. To perform one sample t-test, you will move toward the compare means, then you will move toward the one sample t-test, and here you will select here the salary. For example, we will test here the beginning salary, and here we will write here the value of market. For example, the market value is 25,000. Then we will click on OK. Now you can see here the mean of the salary is 17,000 and the set value is 20,000. And here the mean difference is given, and you are to interpret the value of p-value. This is the significance value. That is basically called p-value. And the p-value is basically, you can say that there are the two type of the levels. The one is the confidence level and the other is the level of error or significance level. When you set your confidence level as 95%, it means you are identifying the impact. You are testing your hypothesis at the significance level of 0.05. So if the p-value is less than 0.05, it means your hypothesis is accepted. And if in this test, you can say here the p-value is less than 0.05, that is 0.00. It means there is a significant difference between the salary offered in Imperial College and the market salary. All right. On the other hand, in other comparison tests, that is the independent sample t-test, in this comparison, you are going to compare the salary of two groups. For example, here we have the salary, we have the beginning salary, like as this, and the gender is here a grouping variable. But here you are to define your group by defining the M is for male and the F is for female. But you should remember this M and F should be according to the values that you have given in your SPSS test. You can see here continue and then you will click on OK. Now you can see here the male salary is 20,000 and the female salary is 13,000. And unfortunately, this data is coming from the European countries, and you can say here the salary difference of on the basis of genders is also different in European countries, along with as the null hypothesis is rejected if p-value is less than 0.05, meaning the difference is significant. Yeah, you're exactly saying right. Actually, there are the two concepts. The one is the null hypothesis and the other is the alternative hypothesis. If the p-value is less than 0.05, it means null hypothesis is rejected. The null hypothesis, normally you can say that we have the null hypothesis that the salary of, you can say that the salary of one group is equal to the salary of other group. And the null hypothesis in the market value can be the salary of Imperial College offered by the salary of Imperial College is equal to the salary offered by the market value. But we are unable to test the null hypothesis. So for this purpose, we develop the alternate hypothesis in which we defined that the salary of Imperial College is not equal to the salary offered in market. So similarly, whenever we are talking about this independent group sample test, so in this we also develop the null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. You can see here null hypothesis can be salary of college is equal to market salary, and alternate hypothesis will be salary of Imperial College will not be equal to the market salary. So you can test these hypotheses in the same way. Actually, in today's workshop, I have also concerned to explain you the complex and advanced techniques. Therefore, I'm going to go through the different things, assuming that most of the people have the knowledge about that particular things. Anyway, null is characterized by no, is not. And we always test in null. Yeah, we test the null, but to test the null, we have to develop the alternate hypothesis. We check the alternate hypothesis, but our main concern is to test the null hypothesis. If the alternate hypothesis is rejected, it means the null hypothesis is accepted. There is no significant difference. But here, in the independent group sample t-test, we identified there is significant difference between the salary of male and the salary of a female. Here, the equal-variance assumed, you are to see here, the equal-variance assumed is 0.00. And the other hand, the equal-variance not assumed is this. When you have the equal variance, for example, you have the same number of male and same number of female. At this time, you will check the above row, the first row. For example, you will test the p-value of the first row. And on the other hand, if the members are not equal of the both groups, in this time you will test this the second row. So here the p-value is less than 0.00. It means there is a significant difference between the salary of male member and between the salary of female members. Now I am moving toward paired sample t-test. The paired sample t-test is used whenever we are going to identify the before-after effect. For example, we tested the height of individuals before offering them treatment, and after you can say that then we gave them medicine, and after 6 months or after 1 year, so we again calculated their heights, and now at this time the responses are coming from the same respondents but at the different times. For this purpose, we will use a paired sample t-test. Here, in first pair, for example, we are going to calculate the difference between the beginning salary and the current salary. We are identifying in, for example, in Imperial College, the promotions and the salary incentives are given or not. For this purpose, we will first examine the beginning salary, and then we will select the current salary, and as it is, after that we will click on OK. Now you can see here the beginning salary is 17,000 and the current salary is 34,000. It means on average there is a great difference. So, but to make sure the difference exists between the beginning salary and the existing salary, we are to make sure that the p-value should be less than 0.05. And you can see here the p-value is less than 0.05, which is explaining that our alternate hypothesis, there is significant difference between the beginning salary and between the current salary is accepted, and in the same way the null hypothesis is rejected. In experimental design, you can use the paired sample t-test. That is very helpful to examine the before-after effect. Now, I'm moving toward the ANOVA. Whenever we are to examine the difference between more than two groups, so at the same time we perform the ANOVA analysis. To perform the ANOVA, we'll move toward the analyze. Then we will click on compare means, and after that we will move toward the one-way ANOVA. Here we are going to identify the beginning salary of different employment categories. You can see here when you perform the ANOVA test, in one-way ANOVA, that just explain the between group analysis and within group analysis, and you can see here in ANOVA you just find this p-value, that is 0.00, which is explaining that there is a significant difference between the salary of three groups of employees. For example, in this data you can see here there are three types of job categories. Clerical, custodial, and the managers. There are three types of categories: the clerical staff and the custodial staff and the managers. And the data is showing here there is a significant difference between these are group of variables. But we can also test the post-hoc test. In post-hoc, you can say that the equal variance assumed if the three groups have the same number of respondents. For example, there are the 30 managers, 30 custodials, and 30 other employees. We have the same number of employees in different groups. Then we will use the equal variance assumed, and for this purpose we will use the two-case B analysis, and we will perform continue, and then we will click on OK. But here it is not performing the homogeneous subsets because the clerical and custodial and managers, there are the significant difference between the number of those employees. Because to perform the post-hoc test, equal variance assumed, you can just this whenever you have make sure that the equal number of respondents are prevailing in the same group. On the other hand, when the equal variance is not assumed, it means there are the 20 employees in first group, there are the 30 employees in second group, and there are the 40 employees in third group. When you have the smaller data set, you use the Dunit T3 test. And whenever you have the larger data set, more than 1000, at this time you will use the Dunit C test. So here I'm using here the Dunit T3, and I will continue this, and then we will click on this, and now you can see here clerical and custodial, there is significant difference, 0.006. Custodial and clerical, there is significant difference, 0.006. And custodial and manager, there is significant difference, 0.000. And manager and clerical, there is significant difference, 0.00. And manager and custodial, there is significant difference, 0.000. All right. So you have to remember when how minimum size of the smallest data set. The data set that is less than 1000 is a smaller data set, and the data set that is greater than 1000 is larger data set. Now I'm talking about the relational hypothesis or causal relationships. There are the five types of the variables. The dependent variables, independent variables, mediating variables, moderating variables, and the control variables. What are the independent variables? Anybody have an idea about it? What are the independent and dependent variables?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
I would like to say that dependent variables that are depends upon independent variables. For example, here what I wrote here, that is time. Time is an independent variable, and age. Age of a person depends upon time. As time increases, age increases.
All right, all right. I would like to hear the Tamkeen Slim. Tamkeen Slim is here.
Can you hear me? Assalamualaikum.
I'm talking about the mediating variables and the moderating variables. So anybody have idea about the moderating variables and about the mediating variables? Influence the relationship between the independent and dependent variable. Tamkeen Salim, would you like to explain the moderating variable from your own research? Please come up on the mic. Yes, Tamkeen Salim. Hello. Are you here?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Okay. I've conducted research in which emotional regulation was independent variable and social competence was dependent variable. And I checked that whether the parental bonding, it can have an influence onto the relationship that exists between my IV, that is emotional regulation, and the dependent variable, that is social competence.
That's very great. So anyway, we are moving to next. Okay, Muhammad Kashif. Muhammad Kashif, please come up on mic.
Yes, sir. Moderator variables are such variables that affect the relationship of dependent and moderates the relationship basically. For example, race or social status of a person can affect his or her abilities, exposure, learning exposure, etc. So social status is a moderator variable that is causing a moderation among the two variables, independent variables and dependent variables. While mediating variables are such variables that function as mediator in the sense that how much they work for the relationship of two variables.
All right. So anyway, firstly, I am talking about the relational hypothesis. In relational hypothesis, we identify the impact of first variable on the other variable. To identify the impact of first variable on the second variable, we perform the, there are two types of analysis. The one is the Pearson correlation and the other is a linear relationship, linear regression. Whenever we're going to test the Pearson correlation basically tests the interdependency of two variables. You can say here, there is a two-way relationship. For example, the employee satisfaction, you can say here, the salary offered, the salary has a positive effect on employee satisfaction. And on the other hand, it might be possible the satisfied people have a more salary. So it might be possible. There can be the two-way relationship. And whenever we are talking about the one-way relationship, in one-way relationship, we test the impact of first variable on the other variable. And how we perform the Pearson correlation and regression analysis. One thing you should remember, whenever we are going to perform the analysis for our research paper, you can see here, at first level, you are to present a table like as this. This is the descriptive statistics and standard deviation and the correlation. You can see here. This table is given in each and every research article. Whenever you are conducting a research and you are going to publish your research paper in any journal, it is recommended that you will place a table that will provide the descriptive statistics, mean, standard deviation, and the correlations of all the variables. So how we can prepare this table? For example, we have this data. You will move toward analyze. Then you will move toward the correlate and you will perform the bivariate. All right. Here you will select all the variables. And then you will click on OK. You can see here, this is the correlation matrix. But how you can place it in your analysis? You should not paste the whole type of table in your paper. You will move toward Excel. Place here. And then you will delete all the items that are upward on the diagonals. See here. See here. See here. Now, you will also remove the significance value and N from all the items. Like as you will delete here, delete here. Delete here, delete this, delete this. All right. Now you will also delete this column and then you will note down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No border. This is a standard format. All right. So now this table is here, but you can also add the descriptive statistics here. Insert entire column here. You will also add the descriptive statistics, for example, mean and SD, that is standard deviation. You calculate these values from analyze, descriptive statistics, descriptive, and you have to make sure that level so this is the descriptive statistics, and you will add these both columns to Excel file here and then you will use this table in your research article in the form of this table. All right. But here you will also provide a note in which you will explain what is your sample size and what is one by male and one by female and what are the groups that you are using here, and you will provide all the explanation in your this type of table. So it is recommended in all journals to provide the correlation matrix and the descriptive statistics. Whenever you are going to perform, you are going to publish your paper in research articles in different journals, you should prepare this table also. Now I am talking about the regression analysis. For him, we will perform the moderation analysis in SPSS, but just hold on. Firstly, I will perform the regression analysis. And after that, we will talk about the complex modeling. Now, for example, we have an hypothesis like as the education level has a positive effect on the employee's beginning salary. The education level has a positive effect on the employee's beginning salary. For this purpose, you will perform the regression analysis. For this reason, you will perform the linear regression. Here, you will select the independent variable, for example, their education level. And we are talking about the current salary here. And you will click on OK. You can see here. It is explaining that the education level has a positive effect on the employee's beginning salary. The standardized coefficient beta is 0.66 and the p-value is 0.00. Whenever you are going to explain the relationship between independent and dependent variables, you are to report two things. The one is the model fit. The model fit comes up from the R square value. That is basically called the explanatory power of the model. And it is recommended the R square value should be greater than 0.60, 0.70, 0.80, and it is said that the R square, the model fit should be the maximum. And if it is excellent, that will be the 0.90. In correlation analysis, you can perform the correlation analysis with the different multiple categorical variables and continuous variables at the same time. Anybody would like to perform the regression analysis here on my computer? We can give you the control and anybody can perform the regression analysis on my computer. Anybody? Okay, give a control to Aisha Naeem. Now, Aisha Naeem, you have a control on my screen? Yes. You are to test the impact of education level on the current salary. Move back them. Move back them. Move back them. Now I have another question from you. Just listen. I want to know about the impact of gender on employee's current salary. Now, how you will test it? Whenever the gender is given as a string variable, but now you have to test this. It is a challenge for you. Nayab is suggesting we will code the variables. And how we will code the variables? Aisha का माइक ऑन करो जरा. Yes, Aisha. How we will code the variables?
सर सबसे पहले तो हमें इसमें जाना पड़ेगा.
किसमें जाना पड़ेगा?
सर वेरिएबल व्यू में जाना पड़ेगा ना.
हाँ तो वेरिएबल व्यू में जाए ना आप. इसको मिनिमाइज करें. Now you have in variable view. No, this is not the way. This is not the way. You have to find another way. No. No, all the value will be. Oh, you have done a wrong action. Listen here. Now look at this. You have done a wrong action. All the values are vanished from here. How we can code the variables here is, I think, who was suggesting here? I think Nayab. I'm giving a control to Nayab. Nayab, please come on mic and tell how we will test the impact of gender on employees' beginning salary. Please give a mic to Nayab. Nayab. Nayab, please wait. Just wait, Nayab. Anyway, let her Nayab. Nayab. Ruxana Khan is here.
Yes.
Ruxana, do you have an idea how we recode the variables to test the string variable impact on employee's salary? Hello?
Yes.
Do you have any idea? Okay, let me do it. Okay, I'm going to perform how to recode our variables. For example, here the gender is here in the form of string, and now we are going to test the impact of gender on employee's beginning salary, but we are unable to test the gender because it is a string variable, and we are unable to test the effect of a string variable on the employee's beginning salary. To test this, firstly we will perform our recode variable. We will go to transform, and then we will go to recode into different variables, and here we will select here the gender, and we will give a name, gender, for example 1. We will change it, then we will move toward the old and new values. The M will be exchanged by 1, and the F will be exchanged by 0. And then we will click on OK, then we will click on continue, and then we will click on OK. And here the one variable is generated that have the value of 1 and 0. And this is here, this is the gender, and this is the numeric variables. And now we will again test the impact of regression analysis. For example, we will move toward regression, and this is the linear regression. And now we will find the gender is here, and the beginning salary is here. I will click on this, and you can see here the gender has a positive effect on the coefficient. There is significant difference between the salary of male and female individuals, and we can say that the gender explains the variance of the salary of employees. Now, anybody can repeat this process? Anybody can repeat this process, because Abu Bakr was saying, please repeat this process. R square. The R square means here the gender is explaining 21% variance of the whole model, because here is just the one variable, and this variable is explaining the 21% variance of whole the model. And this is also called the explanatory part of the model. So although this is not a good fit, but it you can say that it is to some extent explaining something. Anybody can explain how we will, anybody would like to repeat this process that I have performed here? Muhammad Kashif Iqbal. Muhammad Kashif, please come on mic.
Hello.
Yes, Kashif, how are you?
I'm fine.
And how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good.
Okay.
So I should repeat it?
Yeah, I'm giving you control. Now you have a control. You can perform it again. You will also explain how you are going to perform it.
First, we are going to record the gender variable into some other variable.
What is the difference between record into different variable and record into same variable?
So that we keep the original variable as it is and to recode into different variables so that we can conduct our analysis in the new variable.
All right. And why we do this into the different variable? Why we don't perform into the same variable?
Yes, because gender variable is a string variable, while the requirement of linear regression is the numeric variable.
All right. So now
I proceed.
Yeah.
I proceed. We will go in the transform menu, and we will select recode into different variable.
Now you will recode to this variable in gender 2. Back this?
Yes, yes. Here we'll select old variable gender.
And now you will recode to 1 and 2.
Yes. Okay. And I will give the old values, the new values.
1 for male and 2 for female. Because someone is suggesting why you are not using the 1 for male and 2 for female.
We can use it. We can use one for male
remove
and
this.
after.
Remove this. Remove this.
Okay.
And now put 1 value for male and 2 value for female.
That's fine.
Yes,
continue.
but stop. You have an error. You can't continue. Do you know what you have done? Here the things are right. The problem is here.
We have to change.
All
we
right.
have to keep change. So gender should be changed with.
But
gender
it is saying not changed. Why?
We have to give a label to it.
No. That's not the reason. Another reason. Anybody can say what the error is happening by Kashif? Anybody can say? The one major error is happening by the Kashif. But he don't know about it, what the error is occurring here. Because when he tried to change, yeah, very great. Who is here? Listen. Oh, Muhammad Abu Bakr is saying, Muhammad Abu Bakr is suggesting you something.
Yes.
Muhammad Abu Bakr is suggesting you something.
But I'm not hearing Abu Bakr.
Oh, he is suggesting you something in your text message.
Okay. Click on change.
Now, Muhammad Abu Bakr,
between gender and
please tell.
Yes, I have to remove the space between gender and two.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. There's a mistake.
That's great. Thank you, Abu Bakr. You have done a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Abu Bakr. You pointed a good thing. Thanks for the knowledge. Okay. We have new variable, gender 2. Now we will proceed to analyze regression, nonlinear regression. Here we remove back the beginning salary and gender 1. We select gender 2 as independent variable and beginning salary as dependent variable. And now we will click OK.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Kashif. You have done a great job. But here, you can see here, the results are different. What is done here? How you interpret these results? The results are different from this model and the above model that I have prepared. How you will explain it?
If we see the significance level, which is less than 0.05, so there is a significant difference between the two gender salary, male and female.
How you will explain the standardized coefficient? What do you mean by minus 0.457? What are you explaining here about it?
It means, okay.
Yeah.
You are saying something? It means it is negative impact on the salary of two gender.
But how you will explain it?
I want to see the last model. Here it was minus.
But here in my case, that is a positive effect.
Yes, because we have
in my case that
the codes gender 1 and gender 2. Gender 1 was for male and 2 for female.
Then how you will explain it? What do you mean by this? Anybody would like to interpret the results because the Kashif is confused about to interpreting the result. Anybody can explain how we will interpret the results from this model and from the above model? Okay, yes, Uzma Shehzadi. Please come up on mic.
Hello. Yes, I'm hearing me.
Yeah,
Because we are performing regression analysis. We are performing regression analysis, and here gender is taken only as one group, while there we have divided into two groups. Whatever I understood from what is analysis was going on, when we divided it into two groups, definitely the impact of or we can say gender explaining variance value will get changed.
Actually, that's not the issue because in our previous analysis, we also have the two groups. The one is for male and the 0 is for female. And here in this same analysis, we have also two groups. The one is for male and the 2 is for female. So the main answer is, I think, not coming from anybody can else explain. Ruxana, what do you have a question? Please come up on mic.
Yeah. What I have studied is that we cannot run a linear regression on a categorical variable. Both the variables have to be continuous variables because our linearity का जो function है that cannot be, that is a categorical variable. So if we are using a categorical variable, we have to go for logistic regression. For linear regression, we have to have two variables where the values are continuous. We cannot have one categorical where even if you make male and female gender, one or two, that is just the codes. So it cannot be a continuous variable. It is still a categorical variable. We have given codes or categories to a variable. And it's a categorical variable, a nominal variable, not a continuous variable. So linear function is not satisfied with the categorical variable.
All right. But here, all right, you're saying exactly right. But here, the gender 2 is explaining the minus 0.457 beta coefficient. How we can interpret this result? Actually, you are saying right, but on the other hand, in our structural regression modeling, we also use the gender and the other categorical variables in our model testing at the same time, and the function is coming from the also the linear regression at that time. So the logistic regression is also good, but according to my knowledge, the regression can be also performed whenever we are performing the linear regression. So according to me, listen, the gender has a positive effect in this equation we will explain in a such way that the gender has a positive effect on the salary in such a way the male salary will be higher as compared to the female salary, because the female have the 0 value and the male have a 1 value. So in this way you will explain that 0.457 is a positive relation which explains that there is a positive effect of gender on the there is a positive effect of gender on the salary in such a way the salary will be lower for female and the salary will be higher for male. On the other hand, in this equation we find here the negative relationship. We will explain here the gender have a negative relationship with the employee salary in such a way that the salary, because here the 1 is for male and the 2 is for female. So it means there is a negative relationship. It means the one have a lower value. The one have a higher value and the 2 have a lower value. So in this way there is a negative relationship. Now I am talking about the multiple regression analysis. In multiple regression analysis we use the multiple independent variables and we include the one dependent variable. There is a limitation of SPSS. In SPSS we can't get multiple dependent variables. Here we are just going to test the multiple regression. For example, you can see here the beginning salary of employees depends upon, for example, we are talking about here the current salary of employees depends upon the education level and the beginning salary of employees and the month since hired. So here we are going to perform the multiple regressions. We are including here the multiple independent variables. But now the existing research has proposed that the gender has also positive effect on the current salary of employees. That's the reason we have to control the gender as a control variable. And how we can include the control variable in this data? For this purpose you will click on next. Here these 3 are the independent variable. Then you will move toward the next, and here you will include the control variables. You are going to control the effect of gender. You are going to control the effect of gender in that particular model. For this purpose you will click on OK, and now you will see here the education level has a positive effect, 0.16. The beginning salary has a grade significant effect, 0.78, and the month since hired has a significant effect, but 0.09. But as the research has suggested, you have to also incorporate the role of gender. When we incorporated the role of gender, now the relationships are different. The education level has a 0.16 effect, and the beginning 0.76 effect, and on the other hand the month hired has a 0.90 effect, 0.89 effect. So in this way you can control multiple variables. I again repeat the process. You will perform the regression analysis and you will perform the go to analyze, then you will move toward the linear regression, and here you will select the multiple variables at first level. You will select all variables, all independent variables, and then you will move toward the next, and here you will select the other control variables. For example, I can also control the employee because it has also effect on the employee's current salary. Then we will click on OK. In first model, the control variables are not included, and in second model, the control variables are included. And now you can see here, the gender has an insignificant effect, employee category has a significant effect, and now you can see here the above, the education level has a 0.15 effect, and the beginning salary have a 0.59 effect, and the month since hire has a 0.085 effect. And you can see here we have controlled the effect of gender one and the employment category. Whenever we are going to control the effect of some variables, the effect of other variables can be reduced. So the linear regression has done. Now we are moving toward the complex modeling and how to test the complex modeling. Before coming to this point, how to test the complex modeling in SPSS, how much the value of the beta should be for the significant effect. Remember, whenever we are going to talk about value of beta, it we can't say we can't set any standard how much beta will be the significant. It depends upon the error of level, error of that particular beta. For example, you can see here, if the standard error is higher, in some case, the higher beta can be the insignificant, even when the beta is higher. And if the standard error is lower, the lower beta can be the significant. So the significance of beta depends upon the standard error which are coming from the model. All right. What about the prediction using linear regression? What do you mean by prediction using? I could not understand. Kashif, please come on mic. Yes, now say. What do you mean by prediction?
You have shown a different relationship between the variables, the independent variables and the dependent variable. But we can predict let's say you have a data of employees and you want to hire a new employee and you want to predict his salary on the basis of this data. So linear regression help us.
I think that is a tough question. On the basis of this,
you have a model, you have built a model on the current data. So if you are going to hire a new employee or you are going to promote an existing employee and you want to predict his salary for the new employee or you want to give raise to an existing employee, so you can use linear regression for prediction.
Yeah. All right. I understand how you can.
It is one of the big application of linear regression, I think.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Anybody else? Now we are moving toward the complex modeling. To test the models, we are to install, there are the two type of methods. The one method is the Fletcher and Hayes, and the other method comes from the Barron and Kiani. But the Kiani method is now becoming good because the new method is available in the search. So therefore, we will also use the advanced methods that is developed by the Fletcher and Hayes. But in SPSS, how to perform, how to test the complex models, before this you are to install a process that is developed by the Andrew and Hayes. I think you have not this option. Please check your SPSS, go to regression, and then go to next menu and identify is there any tool available for you in your SPSS. Process by Andrew Hayes. So I'm sending you some tool. I'm sharing you one tool that is used do you received a file of data files in which you will receive a process? All participants have this process file. It will never open. And don't try to open that particular file, because I will tell you the method how to install that process in your SPSS. It is a syntax file, yeah. How to install this syntax file? Please close your SPSS, all files. Close all your SPSS files. Please make sure everybody have closed the SPSS. Now you are to go to your start menu, write SPSS. Then you write SPSS statistics. Run as administrator. Click on this. Then you will click on yes. Here you will click on OK, new data set. Here the one file is open here. Now you will move toward utilities. And then you will move toward the custom dialog box. Then you will click on install custom dialog. Now you will find that particular file which you have in your now you will select the SPSS process.spd and then you will click on open and then you will click on OK. So now you will check here in analyze and regression, then you will find here the process by Andrew F. Hayes. I again repeat you will close your SPSS and then you will go to your start menu, write there SPSS and right click on your SPSS. I again do it. Go to start menu, SPSS, right click on SPSS, run as administrator. Ruxana Khan, what window you are using? Windows 7, 8 or 10? Ruxana, please come on mic.
I'm using Windows 7.
Okay. Go to start menu. Do you have SPSS at your desktop?
Yeah. Yeah, I found run as administrator.
Now right click on administrator.
Yeah, I clicked on administrator.
Oh yes, SPSS. And yes.
When I click on the run as administrator, yeah, then it gives me, would you like, what would open an existing data source or open another type of file?
New file, new dataset file. Okay.
It says open an existing or open another type of file.
Open existing.
Yeah, it says open an existing data source or it is asking open another type of file.
You may open existing data set.
Okay. मेरा एक कोड बार बार मांग maybe go file show.
Have you opened?
But in the existing data source, I am not getting the process file.
Oh, I am saying you will click on utilities. Click on utilities. Then you will move toward the custom dialog box and install custom dialog. Are you okay? Have you done?
Okay, I will see the process with you, but I am not getting this.
Can we share the screen? Please share your screen. Please share the screen of. You have received a message, show my screen. Accept it. Now,
Can you see?
yeah. Click on cancel. Now click on utilities. Go to your menu, analyze, direct marketing, graph, and utilities. Up. Utilities. Now, come to custom dialog.
Yes.
Install custom dialog. Yes. Now select the folder where you have the files. Where you place the files of today's workshop.
Yeah, process SPD. Should I select this?
Yeah, open. Okay.
It's, should I say okay? Yeah.
Yeah. Now, congratulations. Go to analyze.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go to analyze. Then go to regression. And you can say here the process by Andrew F. Hayes. All right.
Yeah, thank you. Data.
Javeria, what's the issue with you? What are you facing? Please tell me. Please come on mic, Javeria. Close the screen of.
Sir, sir, I'm unable to install my SPSS 21. They are asking for a code again and again.
Can you share your screen? Please accept the show your web screen. Then now perform it.
So can you see my?
Yeah, we are seeing you.
They are asking for code. Enter code.
Close it. Close all the files. Again, go to your start menu. Go to your start menu.
Part 1.
Okay, I think first do something. I say you. The copy the ISERVRC file here. The first file in your right click on ISER iServer file. Can I get a control of this participant? Copy. Just select it and press Control C. No, not select all. Control C. Now, minimize it. Go to your C drive. Go to your C drive. C drive, C. Go to your computer, this PC. Yeah, all right. Now, go to program files.
This one?
The first one, program files. Go to IBM. Go to SPSS. Statistics. 20. Control V here.
Control
V. Paste here. Replace the file. Continue. Now close C drive. Go to your start menu.
so go to where?
Go to your start menu.
Start menu. This one?
No. I am saying the start button which is given here at the left corner, left below corner.
Yes, I got it.
Yeah. No, just no access. I think you have twicely installed it. Use Unicode. Cancel. New file. Cancel. Please cancel it. Cancel it. I think there is some issue. Can I get a control? Close the software and again open it. क्या इसका कंट्रोल दो ना नहीं मुझे मेरे पास नहीं आ सकता नहीं आता. I think, Javeria, you have installed the multiple copies of SPSS in your system. So I suggest you firstly remove, uninstall all the SPSS from your system, and then reinstall the SPSS, and then follow the suggestions that I have told you, how to copy the file, iServer file to C program file, and I think it will work and your SPSS will be functional. All right?
Okay, sir.
So, okay, after the workshop, you will contact to us to solve this issue. All right? Now, I am talking about the complex models. The complex models are tested with the using of this Fisher and Hayes tool in SPSS. These are the complex models. You can see here, whenever we talk about the mediation is basically the intervening variable between X and Y. For example, there is an example, for example, what? In complex modeling, you can see here the X has a positive effect on Y, but through the mediation of a mediating variable. There are the two types of mediation. The one is the partial mediation and the other is the full mediation. For example, I can give you an example. For example, supervisor support has a positive effect on employees' job satisfaction. There can be the multiple mechanisms by which the supervisor support can increase the employees' performance. For example, the supervisor support has a positive effect on the employee's self-efficacy. The self-efficacy is basically the belief of employees, and through the self-efficacy, the employees' job performance can be increased. Another example can be the supervisor support has a positive effect on the employees' trust, and when the employees have a trust on the supervisors, due to this trust, the employees can have the greater job performance. When we have the partial mediation and when we have the full mediation. Look at this. When we test the relationship between X and Y, and we found there is, for example, 0.40 relationship between X and Y. Now we add the mediator in such a way, and now we find the X has a 0.30 effect on mediating variable, and the mediating variable has a 0.50 effect on the Y variable. But when you add the mediator, the relationship between the X and Y becomes 0 or insignificant. So in this way, when you add the mediator and due to mediational variables, the direct effect of X on Y becomes insignificant. This mediation is called the full mediation. On the other hand, when the X also has a direct effect on Y, but it is reduced, and the X also has an effect on mediating variable, and mediating variable has also effect on the Y. In such condition, there is the partial mediation. You can say that there are the two type of relationship. The one is X has a direct relationship with Y, and the X has a indirect relationship with the through the mediating variable of Y. For example, I can give you another example. For example, Ali and Imran has a direct relationship, and Ali has also relation with Umar, and due to Umar, the Zishan, the other person has also effect. So in such a way, the mediating variables can be explained. The other mediation is called the multiple mediation. For example, you can see here the hindrance can develop the anxiety, and the anxiety can develop the exam, can influence the exam average, and the hindrance can also influence the exam average due to the other mediating variable exam ability. And this is the basically double mediation. When the X has an effect on the first mediator and the first mediator has an effect on the second mediator and the second mediator has an effect on the Y. For example, you can explain this mediation by explaining this, for example, the supervisor support has a effect on the employee's self-efficacy, and the self-efficacy has a positive effect on job on job of performance, and job of performance has a positive effect on the organizational performance. So in this way, the supervisor support is influencing the organizational performance through the double mediation of self-efficacy and the job performance of the employees. The moderation. Moderation comes up when a conditional variable comes up to explain and to moderate the relationship of X and Y. The example of this is this. The workforce diversity has a positive effect on the organizational effectiveness, but it depends upon the managerial expertise. In such a way, when the managerial expertise is low, the workforce diversity has a lower effect on the organizational effectiveness. On the other hand, when the managerial expertise is high, the workforce diversity has a higher effect on the organizational effectiveness. In this way, the managerial expertise has playing its positive moderating role between the workforce diversity and the organizational effectiveness. So this is the moderated mediation. In this moderated mediation, the tendencies has a positive effect on the exam average, but it depends upon the anxiety, and the anxiety. The indirect relationship of anxiety depends upon the intelligence level of the students. If the intelligence level of the students are lower, in such condition the hindrance will have the lower indirect effect through anxiety. On the other hand, if the intelligence level is high, the hindrance have the higher indirect effect on the exam average through the anxiety. So this is the multiple mediation. Example, Farouk et al. 2013. And this is other moderated mediation relationship. The self-efficacy has a positive effect on the attitude or toward entrepreneurship, and attitude toward entrepreneurship has a positive effect on the entrepreneurial intention. This paper is also shared with you, and this is my new paper which is published in Career Development International. So this is the another example of double mediation and multiple mediation. So the another thing is the second order moderation. The second order moderation is this. For example, the CSR has a positive effect on the perceived CSR, and this effect is moderated by the local versus multinational companies. But the moderation of the local versus multinational companies also depends upon the trust in company and the customer orientation. If the trust in company or customer orientation is high, the moderation of the local versus multinational company will be higher on the effect on the product CSR and the perceived CSR. And if the trust in the company and the customer orientation is low, the moderation of the local versus multinational companies on the effect of the product CSR and the perceived CSR will be lower. This is called the second order moderation. This is the reciprocal relationship. When the CSR, corporate social responsibility, has a positive effect on the organizational identification, and organizational identification has a positive effect on the employees' concern towards CSR. And due to this concern of CSR, I'm sorry. Due to this, the concern for CSR will reciprocate the effect of CSR in such a way it will also influence the CSR strategy of the firm. So here we explain the complex models, but how we will test the complex models, we will work on it in tomorrow workshop. Now I am going to start an answer question session. You all participants are invited to participate in questioning answering session. Anybody have a question and anybody have some suggestion for this workshop? I will appreciate your feedback about this workshop, because your feedback will be very important for me. The delivery method to enhance the delivery method, and you can say that we want to deliver our fully tested knowledge to you, but there can be the many constraints. It might be the possible of delivery method, it might be the possible due to the communication level of us. So you can suggest us what we should do to promote the efficiency of our workshop, and along with we are also interested about the content that we have delivered to you. I know there are many things which are missing here in our content. It might be possible we will start a program of SPSS and AMOS full session in future, in which we will train you from initial to from end, because it is not possible for us to deliver the SPSS and the AMOS full functions to you just in 2 days, because it's so extensive. I have done this course in my university, and I have taught this course in my university MPhil students, but it was the course of the 6 months. But here I am trying to deliver you all the things within 2 days. I will try my best, but it is also possible, because whenever I am delivering a lot of things to you, it is not possible to you to understand all the concepts and to digest all the concepts for the fully applicability of these tools. So please give your suggestions.
Yes, sir. Thanks. It was very beneficial to know about your background as well as attending this workshop. You explained all the things very well. But what I was about to suggest, you already have explained that you studied it in a 6 months duration, and we are studying it in an almost 5 to 7 hours. So I was feeling that after correlation, we just go very fast, while concepts were very complicated. Like after exploratory factor analysis, I found it difficult to keep a pace with you. Though you communicated very good, it's a very, very nice credit that you are having. You communicated very well. You tried your level best to make all of us understand, but I am individually discussing my case that I found difficult to keep my pace after exploratory factor analysis. So
Uzma, you are saying exactly right. Basically, I have told you this course I delivered in my university to MPhil students in 6 months. In those 6 months, I have many hands-on from those students. I give them many set of data and participated them into practicing that particular tools, and I give them multiple scenarios to analyze the data. So with the help of these particular different cases, we can learn more and more, because here I'm just delivering something to you. And whenever we talk about our memory, whenever we are going to learn from the delivery method, it's might possible we are not learning so much, but whenever we are practicing by our own self and going to find some multiple things from the other sources, for example the internet source and the other sources, then those things will be memorable, have a long memory in our mind, and these things will become more beneficial for us. Here I'm just giving you the ideas of the different concepts. You will learn those concepts by the practicing on your own data, and even then you have a you want to work on your own data, you can, if you have any problem working on your own data, you can contact us. I have shared my email to you, and even then we are also appreciate to many other participants who want to collaborate in their research projects, in their research papers with us. If anybody want to work with us, we also say welcome to them. So thank you, Uzma. Now, anybody else?
Do you have any question?
I'm here.
Yes.
Please say what you're saying.
Okay, so I will second Ms. Uzma that after correlation we have gone through all the concepts very swiftly. So I just want to ask one thing, that how much it will impact on our next day learning, like when we will learn about AMOS. So if today we are not very much clear about a lot of things, then how it will impact tomorrow, our tomorrow's learning? Because yes, please.
Yes. If you have any queries, any concepts regarding your working, you can email to me what you have found the difficulties, what the things are unclear to you. And in tomorrow's session, although there will be some impact of these things on the tomorrow session, but I will try my best to repeat the things that I have delivered to you in today's session. And along with, I will also try my best to, you can say that, to clear the concepts of tomorrow's session. But I hope so. Many things will be repeated in tomorrow's session because the concepts are the same, but the techniques are going to become different. So the concepts will be cleared in tomorrow's session along with the advanced techniques, and I hope so you will learn. And along with, we can also say you that you can get our CD that have the recorded in this session, and you can get a practice at your home after this workshop. And even then, if you have any difficulty, we say welcome to all of you to have a contact with us.
Thank you very much, sir. There is one more problem. That the link which is sent to me about installation of AMOS 21, I think, that is not getting installed onto my computer. I already have AMOS 18 with me. So can I, will it work?
Yeah, the AMOS 18 is good. It will work. And
okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Fariha Zahoor, Ms. Do you have any question?
Hello, can you hear me?
Ms. Fariha Zahoor, can you listen to me?
We are listening to you. Fariha, say.
I think there is something wrong.
Okay, move to Hafiza Anam.
Hafiza Anam Nusul Sahaba. Miss, do you have any question and any feedback about this session?
No, I have no any suggestion, but it is too difficult to consume all the concepts and I studied before this SPSS, but yes.
आपका प्रोजेक्ट क्या है? आपका क्या प्रोजेक्ट है जिस पर आप काम कर रही हैं?
Sir, actually, I'm a student of Islamic Banking and Finance, MPhil. I'm doing MPhil from UMT, and my thesis, I'm doing my thesis, determinants of adoption attitude towards Islamic credit card. So
Very nice.
I was asking related questions during the workshop. So.
अच्छा, ऐसे है कि मैंने भी एक प्रोजेक्ट किया है जिसमें मैंने डिटरमिनेंट फाइंड किए इंटेंशन टू यूज न्यू बैंकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, फॉर एग्जांपल Temenos T24, which is applied in banking, private banking, like as Allied Bank and other banks. So I suggest you, you can find the technology acceptance model that can be related to you. And on the other hand, there are the multiple papers which are available, and during your literature review you can find. और दूसरी बात यह है कि आपको एनालिसिस के हवाले से आप सभी को किसी भी किस्म की परेशानी की ज़रूरत नहीं है। ये जस्ट वर्कशॉप सिर्फ एक सोर्स था आप लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्ट होने का। आफ्टर दिस जब भी आपको अपने थीसिस के सिलसिले में कहीं पर भी आपको कोई इशू बनता है तो हम यहाँ पर IRP जो है ना वो अवेलेबल है टू फैसिलिटेट यू, टू हेल्प यू, so there is not an issue.
Sir, actually I have completed my thesis, so I have some queries about it, so I want to discuss my analysis, data analysis. If you give me some time, no time, but if you check it and it will be
sure. आपका अगर थीसिस मुकम्मल हो गया हुआ है तो आप वो थीसिस हमसे शेयर कीजिएगा, तो हम आपको पूरे पब्लिकेशन के प्रोसेस में हम आपको गाइड करेंगे कैसे पेपर तैयार किया जाता है, कैसे उसमें क्या क्या एनालिसिस हमने मजीद शामिल करने होते हैं, और फिर उसको हमने उसके लिए हमने फिर जर्नल कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करना है, फिर उसमें पब्लिश कैसे करना है, और पैसों की भी कोई जरूरत नहीं होती है उसमें। यानी कि नॉर्मली कहा जाता है कि आप पब्लिश कर दें तो आप पेपर पब्लिश करवा देंगे, तो ऐसा नहीं है। हम अच्छे जर्नल्स में पब्लिश करते हैं और उन जर्नल्स के पैसे नहीं है, लेकिन वहां पर एफर्ट बेशुमार लगती है। ठीक है, तो आप इसमें मुझसे कॉन्टेक्ट कर सकती हैं, कोई ऐसा इशू नहीं है, नो प्रॉब्लम।
Sir, actually now I'm in Saudi Arabia, so it is difficult for me to contact the related person or to visit.
Yes. Don't need to visit us. You just email me and you can contact me on Skype as it is.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Your email ID is.
Yes, my email ID is here given. I again share you my email ID.
Yes, please.
Concepts and with all these topics in one day. But could you kindly share the book that you have mentioned, or the book, or the name of the book that you have mentioned in soft copy? Thank you so much.
Yeah, we will share you. I will send you that email to you. I will share that particular book to my colleagues here in IRP, and he will send you the book.
Okay,
so
so we
much.
will,
Thank
we
you so
will send the participant all those materials which we have received from your side. Miss Naima Naim Saiba. Miss, do you have any question? Miss Nayab Nasir Saiba, do you have any question?
No question, just a feedback. It was a very good session. Thank you so much. You are very helpful, Sir Muhammad Arshad. I found you really helpful. Thank you so much. And looking forward to our session tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miss Rabia Mushtaq Saiba, do you have any question?
I don't have any question. I just have a suggestion. Can you hear me, please? Hello?
Yeah, we are hearing you. Yes,
Okay,
I'm hearing you.
Okay, first of all, I really want to appreciate our trainer, Mr. Muhammad Arshad, who presented so well. His command and expertise in his area, I'm really impressed. But I just want to suggest, this is just a suggestion, that this is a 2 days workshop, and all the material, there is so much material to grasp or absorb. For coming, this is my very first experience of attending any online workshop. For future workshop, I just want to suggest that is there any possibility to conduct sessions for 1 day or 2 days for specific analysis? For example, since morning we have been learning about data entry, missing value analysis, and I really I admit this, that was all necessary. But the advanced analysis like regression, and I'm unable to understand all the detailed analysis. So in future, if you plan some workshops specifically related to regression correlation, even for half day, 1 day, I think that will be more convenient for us to understand properly. For tomorrow's session, I just want to request, sir, that as you have been teaching and you have your teaching experience, so being a good teacher, you can easily understand the psyche of your students, as right now we are all your students. So that after attending your tomorrow session, we could be at least able to use AMOS at our own level. Definitely, we can't be master by attending just 1 day session of AMOS. I mean, that is just a new thing for us. For most of us, that will be, because most of the participants, we were familiar with SPSS. We were having some experience of using SPSS, but AMOS will be quite new and difficult for me. So I just want to request that we should be at least able enough after attending your session that we could use AMOS at our own level. Just give us that level of understanding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. आपने बहुत अच्छा फीडबैक दिया है. एक्चुअली हमारा सभी का कंसर्न यही है, लेकिन द मेन थिंग इज हियर, जहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग को आए हैं जिनको SPSS को इवेंट देन स्टार्ट करना भी नहीं आता था, तो हमने फिर कोशिश की कि हम उन लोगों को शुरू से लेके कैसे एंट्री करनी है, कैसे सारा कुछ है. आई नो जब कुछ लोगों को बहुत सारी चीजें पता होती हैं तो फिर यहाँ पर बैठकर ना उनको समटाइम नींद भी आ रही होती है, क्योंकि वो सारी चीजें ऑलरेडी जानते होते हैं, तो इसलिए वो हमें पता है. ये है कि मैंने इस सेशन को इस तरह से ऑर्गेनाइज किया है कि जो मेरे पास कुछ पब्लिश्ड आर्टिकल्स हैं जो कि इवन देन हमारे ही अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जिनके ऊपर हमने प्रैक्टिस की है और वो क्योंकि एक्सेप्ट भी हो गए हैं, पब्लिश भी हो गए हुए हैं, तो हम उन्हीं एक्सपीरियंसेस को आपके साथ शेयर करेंगे और आपको वही वैल्यूज, वही मेथड, वही सारा कुछ आपको सिखाएंगे ताकि एट द एंड आप इस काबिल हो जाएं कि आप जो अपना थीसिस या आप रिसर्च आर्टिकल बना रहे हो तो वो सारे एनालिसिस आप परफॉर्म कर चुके हो और वो सारी वैल्यूज को आप उस तरह से रिपोर्ट भी कर चुके हो.
सही.
तो हमने ये ऑलरेडी इसी तरह से डिजाइन किया है. कल वाले सेशन में अभी देखें ना, बात यह है कि मैं साथ में उसको यानी कि अपने आर्टिकल को भी खोल के आपको बताता था कि कहाँ पर आपने कौन कौन सी वैल्यू आपने रिपोर्ट करनी है.
सही.
वो इसी तरह से हम आगे चले, जैसे कि वो मैंने आपको कोरिलेशन मैट्रिक्स और डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स का टेबल बताया. अब नॉर्मली इट इज नॉट द प्रैक्टिस इन थीसिस, क्योंकि थीसिस वालों को पता भी नहीं होता कि हमने इस तरह की भी कुछ चीज ऐड करनी है, लेकिन इट इज द स्टैंडर्ड फॉर पब्लिकेशन. वो हर पब्लिकेशन में वो मस्ट होता है. तो इसी तरह से हम आगे कल जाकर ये इनके जो सेशन करेंगे उसमें आप बाकायदा वो सारे टेबल्स बनाना सीखेंगे, वैल्यूज कैसे आपने ड्राइव करनी है, उनसे टेबल कैसे बनाना है, क्या रिपोर्ट करना है, क्या रिपोर्ट नहीं करना. और उस यानी कि एट द एंड ऑफ दिस सेशन यू विल बी एबल टू कंप्लीटली राइट योर थीसिस एनालिसिस सेक्शन. आई होप
इंशाल्लाह. हाँ, इंशाल्लाह. थैंक यू सर, इट वाज रियली गुड.
थैंक यू.
Sir Shafkat Hussain, sir, do you have any question?
चलें जी, थैंक यू सो मच आप लोगों का. माशाल्लाह आज आप लोगों ने बड़ा ही टाइम गुजारा और इट इज प्रीटी टफ कि एक ही जगह पर बैठ के सारी चीजें सीखना और फिर उन सारी चीजों को लेके चलना, और फिर वो भी उस सूरत में जब चीजें बहुत सी कम्प्लेक्स हों और बहुत सी चीजें समझ भी ना आ रही हों और फिर भी बंदा बैठा हो, और समटाइम ये बड़ा प्रीटी टफ हो जाता है. लेकिन बात फिर वही है कि असल में इन सारी चीजों को सीखने के लिए बहुत सारी प्रैक्टिस चाहिए, बहुत सारा टाइम चाहिए. आई होप सो कि इन सारे कॉन्सेप्ट्स को आप अप्लाई करेंगे, आप इन सारे कॉन्सेप्ट्स को सीखेंगे और इनको अपने थीसिस में अप्लाई करेंगे, तो आई होप सो कि आप एट द एंड आप कामयाब हो ही जाएंगे इंशाल्लाह. तो इंशाल्लाह फिर कल वाले सेशन में मिलते हैं. तो मेरा ख्याल है कि हम आपको एक छोटी सी असाइनमेंट देते हैं जिस पर आप काम करेंगे. आपको अभी थोड़ी देर तक जो है ना वो एक ईमेल आएगी जिसमें आपने एक प्रोजेक्ट का जो है वो एक छोटा सा एनालिसिस करना होगा. उसमें आप उस प्रोजेक्ट पे मिसिंग वैल्यू एनालिसिस भी करेंगे, उसमें आप एक्सप्लोरेटरी फैक्टर एनालिसिस भी करेंगे और फिर उसमें आपको एक मॉडल दिया होगा उसको आप टेस्ट भी करेंगे. ठीक है, और यानी कि वो सारे काम आप उस मॉडल पे करेंगे और आई होप सो कि वो आप फिर मुझे ईमेल करेंगे. तो उस ईमेल पे मुझे आइडिया हो जाएगा किस बंदे ने क्या कुछ और कितना सीख लिया है, और फर्दर जो है ना वो फिर हम इन सारी चीज़ों को आगे यानी कि लेकर चलेंगे. कल वाला जो सेशन है उसमें आई विल ट्राई माय बेस्ट के सारी चीज़ों को जो है ना कवर करना. तो थैंक यू फॉर योर पार्टिसिपेशन. Allah Hafiz.